zamani ilikuwa ndogo lakini siku hizi wanasema nguvu ya Mungu. Sasa kama pia imekuwa kuuzwa buku na nusu, kitu kilishafika na elfu tatu kinarudi mpaka buku na nusu. Yaani badala ya kusonga mbele tunarudi nyuma bwana. Alafu wenyewe wanashangilia.
One, two, one, two. prosperity and welfare of this region and of those whose interest you have committed to us.
Item number 1, on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you. I want to introduce the visitors we have today who are in the gallery. We have 35 deputy speakers of county assemblies from the Republic of Kenya who are undertaking a workshop on leadership and management by the Center of Parliamentary Studies and Training. They are at our headquarters in Arusha from 13th to 17th of May 2019. It's quite a number of them. There are 35. I have their list, but if they can allow me to just introduce them as a group, if you can stand up for recognition. But these are deputy speakers. I think it is just fair that I read the list for the record. Yes, Honorable Christopher Kimutai Kibor from Elgeyo Marakwet. Honorable Davins Onusongoge from Kisii County. Honorable Harrison Mwanzia Mutie from Makueni. Honorable Mohamed Abbas Bolare from Garissa. Honorable Salankat Memusi Nchoe from Narok. Honorable Lawrence Okare Murunga from Busia. Honorable Leonard Kasaya Soita from Kakamega. Honorable Samuel Kariuki Gichuki from Nyeri. Honorable Roy Samo from Kisumu. Honorable Mike Eoi from Turukana. Honorable Zachary Mwangi Njeru from Nyandarua. Honorable Daniel Nyausi Repanyani from Laikipia. Honorable Josephat Kimutai Ruto from Kericho. Honorable Maulid Isaac Musa from Wajir. Honorable John Njagi Muche from Tharakanithi. Honorable Robinson Buseni Mocheche from Nyamira. Honorable Hosea Lamai from Wasinigishu. Honorable Nixon Wilson Isiji Butia from Vihiga. Honorable Francis Kropulosia from West Pokot. Honorable Joseph Masiaya from Kajiado. Honorable Andericus Oduor Odongo from Siaya. Honorable Wesley Kiprotich from Bomet. Honorable Philip Mubeya Mwangi from Kiambu. Honorable George Omamba from Migori. Honorable John Kilo Dawe from Masabit. Honorable Kakach Edwin Ochieng from Homa Bay. Honorable Farah Abdi Abdinur from Mandera. Honorable Wamusai Simiyu from Bungoma. Honorable Fadhili Mwalimu Makarani from Mombasa. Honorable Steve Munene from Mugendi, from Embu. Honorable Steve Munene Mugendi from Embu. Honorable Christopher Metinyoki Masaga Tondo from Taita Taveta. Honorable Joseph Njoroge Kuru from Trans Nzoia. Honorable Stanley Kenga from Kilifi. Honorable John Kamangu from Nairobi. Honorable Galore Hussein from Tana River. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speakers, for honoring us with your presence here. And we wish you a pleasant stay. Thank you so much. Also in the gallery there is Mr. Tumaini Mikindo, who is a health graduate with the Master of Science and Master of Public Health degrees from University of Bradford, the UK, and the Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences in Tanzania. He is an advocate for food and nutrition security in Tanzania, East Africa, and globally. Currently, Mr. Mikindo is an executive director of Partnership for Nutrition in Tanzania, which is a civil society platform engaging in fighting malnutrition in Tanzania. The network has over 300 civil society organizations, members from all over Tanzania. Mr. Mikindo serves as the Vice Chair of the Executive Committee of Scaling UP Nutrition Global Movement with its secretariat based in Geneva. He is a consultant commissioned by FAO Sub-Region Office for East Africa to support the process of establishing the East African Parliamentary Alliance for Food and Nutrition Security. Thank you very much for your presence in the gallery.
We proceed. Item number 2 on the order paper, laying of papers. We start with Roman 1.
Honorable Dr. Oburu Oginga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to lay on the table the report of the East African Legislative Assembly delegation to the 140th IPU Assembly held from 6th to 10th April 2019 in Doha, Qatar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay.
Still on item number 2 on the order paper, Roman 2.
Honorable Nur Adan Mohammed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the report of East African delegation to training workshop on research and evidence use in the parliamentary context held in Kampala, Uganda from 23rd to 25th of October 2018. Honorable Speaker, I and Honorable Francis Tanzana were privileged to get the nomination to attend the training workshop. We are accompanied by our Secretariat, the clerks, Dr. Anatole and Mr. Adams from our research departments. Honorable Speaker, the training brought together 29 members.
Yes, Honorable Nur, you just need to lay. Yeah. Then I will give you the opportunity to present the report. Yes.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Still on item number 2 on the order paper, report of the East African Legislative Assembly to the first annual general meeting and launch of East African Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Security Nutrition.
Honorable Chairperson, Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, Honorable Dr. Wada, on behalf of Honorable Kasamba.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the report on the first annual meeting and launch of the Eastern African Parliamentarian Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition, which was held on the 15th to the 17th April 2019, Arusha, Tanzania. I beg to lay.
Thank you, honorable members, for the reports. And according to Rule 89, Sub-Rule 1, we shall have time to debate them.
We proceed to item number 3 on the order paper. This is a motion on hydroquinone. We resume the debate which was interrupted yesterday, 13th May 2019.
Thank you. Honorable members, this is the resumption of business. The motion on the floor was that this assembly do resolve to recommend to the Council of Ministers to ban the manufacturing and importation of soaps and cosmetics containing hydroquinone in the community. Just a moment. So, Honorable Gideon, we resume from where I stopped. I think you had started responding to, and you were dealing with proposed amendments on starting with the amendments on the title.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm proceeding from where I left yesterday, and the amendment on the title of the motion by Honorable Simon Bugwa that suggests motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending the Council to regulate the manufacture and the sale and importation of products containing hydroquinone. I'm sorry, I'm not taking that change of the title. I have another proposal from Honorable Gabriel Alagra, that motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending to the Council to ban the use of hydroquinone in the production of soaps and cosmetics and information of the sale of materials or ingredients to the EAC countries. I too don't buy the title. And an amendment proposed also by Honorable Christopher. And Honorable Christopher has two amendments proposed. Definitely these are not like titles. These are, one of them is to be included in the title. That is a motion to the addition to the motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending to the Council to ban the manufacture and the importation of soaps, tablets, injections, and cosmetics containing hydroquinone in the community. This, the content of the injection and the tablets, we will put it, I will consider with some other proposals being done by Honorable Kalinda and Honorable Josephine, and then they will make one statement in the resolutions. So I don't take the whole title, but since there are three amendments which are talking about the same thing that is trying to introduce in the title, they will come through the resolution. Then this is another amendment from Honorable Christopher about the same injections and the tablets. I have also talked with the amendment proposed by Honorable Dr. Kalinda that I decided to take this and manufacture it together with what Honorable Christopher and Honorable Josephine proposed, and become a statement in the resolution. Now, proposals by Honorable Susan. Yes, because the word urgent and everything else in the resolution need to come out somehow, and that I give in, and I agree with the urgent and all to come out. And then Susan read that to hide the Council to amend the second schedule of the Customs Management Act to exclude skin lightening beauty products containing hydroquinone. I don't agree with the last part of the statement, but because there are some amendments we have both agreed to be done on the resolution, I will read how the resolutions will be reframed. Then he said also, regulatory review, yes, regularly review, to recommend to the Council to regularly review chemical ingredients in beauty products as one of the compulsory standards in the EAC. I buy this because we don't know how regular it is for the EAC to conduct chemical ingredient review with the respect to cosmetics and soaps. And that is what US used to do. In 1896, they did the first, and that's how they came up with the 2% of concentration of hydroquinone. Again, when the need arose, they came and conduct the other bigger research in 2009, and that's why now the restriction become a ban. So I buy this. I accepted it. Okay, I take her idea. I accept. Thank you, Honorable. You are senior somewhere for me, I know, so I accept that one. Right Honorable Speaker, here are the suggested resolutions, and resolution 1 that said recommends to the Council to urgently ban the manufacturing and importation of soaps and cosmetics containing hydroquinone within the community. This one, I have amended it based on the submissions by the honorable members that there is need to remove the urgently, because it will be the work of the council to do it through their process that the ban can be effected. So it is adjusted to say, recommends to the council to ban the manufacture, importation of soaps, and importation of soaps and cosmetics containing hydroquinones within the community. That this ban will not apply to medicinal products administered and prescribed by a medical practitioner. That is included. Then this ban does not apply to food content. This ban is explicitly restricted and limited to only cosmetics and soaps that are meant to bleach skins. Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, those are the adjustments. And one that was suggested, and I said before, by Honorable Josephine Lomayan, and then the Honorable Christopher and Honorable Dr. Kalinda, is that that recommend to the Council that artificial and hazardous substances which are used in cosmetics and skin care products for altering skin colors and including injections and tablets are included in the ban. This is a statement, we'll work it out, but it's an accepted statement. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have contributed in this motion substantively, and I am very happy and pleased that when we deferred this motion from Zanzibar, you asked me, Right Honorable Speaker, to decide whether this motion could be debated at 8:50 in the night, and when we were all very tired. And I really asked the members to take their time so that they have this substantial debate to my motion. I really want to thank Honorable Mary Mugenyi, Honorable Habdi Kari, Honorable Dr. Woda Jeremiah, Honorable John Cloud, Honorable Susan Nakaushi, Honorable Josephine Lomayan, Honorable Kennedy Mukulia, Honorable Famela Masai, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim Hali, Honorable Guy Deng Nial, Honorable Leontine, Honorable Mukasa Bide, Honorable Alak Garan, Honorable Kim Gairut, Honorable Simon Bugwa, Honorable Sophia, Honorable Fancy Kuhi, Honorable Bati Alex. I thank you, all honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, this ban is not something new. It is just to create harmonization of laws of EAC in another way, because the ban has been effected in Kenya, in Rwanda, and Burundi. So it remains South Sudan, Uganda, and Tanzania. I know Tanzania has a tough restriction, I think also has, that take care of this. So it is a matter of harmonizing this ban for the community. I ask that the Honorable, the August House, pass this motion, because it is to rescue the innocent lives which are being affected by the application of the skin bleaching cosmetics and other beauty products. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I salute.
Thank you, Honorable Gideon. Honorable members, maybe you can help me here, because I'm being advised that for motions of this nature, and where several amendments have been proposed, that we subject every proposal to the decision of the House. I thought when the mover has accepted and rejected some, then we put the general question as amended. Which way? As amended.
Ideally, the proposal by the clerks now will be procedural. But I wonder why, in all these 2 years that we've been here, we have never used that kind of a procedure. Normally, Right Honorable Speaker, even as our rules are, when a motion is on the floor and an amendment is proposed, ideally that amendment is to be determined by the House first. Then the motion proceeds as amended. But what I have seen over the practice, which I thought is a practice in Eala, was to do what Honorable Gideon has now done. Whether it is right or wrong, I don't know. I thought it is a practice here. And if it was wrong, then probably it's something we can correct in the future. But I don't think we need to break that now. I suggest we proceed that way. But for future purposes, we need to go for properly the way it is supposed to be. I thank you.
Now that is a very serious caveat, because when we acknowledge that there is a procedural error, we cannot proceed again and gloss it over. Either we correct it, or we acknowledge that the way we are proceeding is also correct. Yes, Honorable Noor.
Honorable Speaker, in other jurisdictions, the practice of other parliament is that once the motion is brought to the House, it doesn't belong to the member, it belongs to the House. So the element that at least the mover of the motion accept or reject the member's ideas, I think is not right, totally is not right. Because a member will not be able to supersede the other 53 members of this House in terms of decision making in the House. So I think in future or even now, the aspect of amendments is always debated, disposed, agreed or disagreed on the floor of the House, not at the mercy of the member who moved the motion, that he should accept by amendment or we should reject Honorable Kasamba's amendment. I think we have to look into that matter as a matter of procedure in future moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Members. Maybe, yes, Honorable Mary. In the meantime, the clerk can put together some notes for me.
Right Honorable Speaker, you seem to have made up your mind, because you are asking the clerk to put things together. So if that is the case, then I rest my case.
No, it's very important that we hear from you, Honorable Mary.
No, I was going to say that, Right Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, and given the fact that we have so much to be covered on the agenda, and I see this as our last week, really, with so many reports that are important, the Agriculture Committee, the Council of Ministers Committee report, and given the fact that even the mover had not organized himself to that effect, we might have another afternoon spent on this motion. And I don't think that that would be a service to the House in terms of what we cover. So I was going to suggest that since the mover of the motion seems to have covered all the issues raised in terms of amending, we go the way we have been going, and onwards then the House should decide on the new method that the clerk is now proposing, which unfortunately he had not proposed before. No one says that that is a wrong procedure, but I'm wondering why he has decided to raise it now, which really draws us back, given the fact that we are not ready now for that. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Honorable Oburu, then we conclude this.
Mr. Speaker, I think the way to go is to subject the amendments suggested by members which were rejected by the mover to a vote, because we cannot throw members' amendments which they believe was correct just because the mover has rejected them. So the ones he has accepted are incorporated, and then the House votes on them as amended. But the ones which were rejected by him should not just die because the mover has rejected them. Mr. Speaker, I think that is the best way to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is the procedure.
Thank you, Honorable Oburu. Honorable Kennedy, I don't understand what you wanted to say.
No, Speaker, I was just seeking your guidance. I did not hear the move of the motion make reference to the Council's recommendation. So I just needed clarity on whether he has either accepted or rejected them all together. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, although the comment by the Council didn't come in the form of the amendment, but it would have had the effect of causing the mover to withdraw the motion altogether or accept some amendments by some of the members who sought to amend the title. So because he rejected at least he rejected the amendment of the title, it means it has effect to what the Council had proposed. So may I suggest that we proceed the way the rules, according to our interpretation, say? The clerk, give me the amendments. Yes, I'm told the member is supposed to read the amendments, then I put the question, one by one. Yes, starting with those that refers to the title, and I think there is one we dealt with yesterday.
We did the one of yesterday.
Yes, that one we don't repeat.
Yeah. Okay. Proposal by Honorable Simon Bugwa for the title, a motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending the Council to regulate the manufacturing and sales and importation of products containing hydroquinone.
Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment by Simon Bugwa say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it.
The proposal by for the title by Honorable Alagran, motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending to the Council to ban the use of hydroquinone in the production of soaps and cosmetics, and information of the materials and or ingredient
Point of
to the ESC countries.
Point of information.
Honorable Alak.
Yeah, it is importation. Let him read it.
Okay, importation, thank you. An importation of the materials or ingredients to the EAC countries.
Yes, honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment by Honorable Alak say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it.
I don't understand the whole
Okay. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, there is an an amendment by Honorable Christopher saying, addition to the motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending to the Council to ban the manufacturing and importation of soaps, tablets, injections, cosmetics containing hydroquinone in the community.
Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment by Honorable Christophe, say aye. Those against, say nay. The nays have it.
Information, Honorable Speaker. Information. It's me.
Yes, Honorable Deng.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Honorable Speaker, I thought the mover, Honorable Gideon, had said that he will amalgamate the proposals from Honorable Josephine, Honorable Christopher. So which one are we? Yeah, but he had accepted it. So
Yes,
why
the second
put to the
one.
vote?
Yes, two.
He has accepted it.
Yes, two. The second one I'm reading.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, because we are informed in advance, I hope you will amalgamate them before you read them for us. Okay.
Thank you. Can I amalgamate the amendment by Honorable Josephine and Honorable Kalinda and Honorable Christopher? The second, Honorable Christopher has actually two, so I had taken the. So this one reads now after amalgamation, and that's what's come to the resolutions that we are making. That artificial and hazardous substances used in cosmetics and skincare products for altering skin color and which can be injurious to human health. And then the second part is that any other substance which is used to cause body alteration in terms of size and shape, such as injections or topical lotions for tablets. Or tablets, yes, or tablets. So this is the part that I said I had accepted.
Honorable members.
Information, Honorable Speaker.
On the
clarification.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nur.
Honorable Speaker, the amendment that Honorable Nuba has accepted, can it be synergized and then we have one motion so that at least he can read it with the inclusion of whatever amendment that has been made, so that we can adapt one motion with amendments. But the way he's reading it, we cannot know where those things are placed. Are they in the resolution? Are they in the title? Really, is it resolution number 1, number 2, number 3, or is it a continuation of what is already in the order paper? So could we have it being read in full, so that at least we can know as a house what are we adapting?
Clarification?
Yes. Who is seeking clarification? Honorable Kennedy Mukuria.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to seek clarification that addition of those items, like hazardous, something like that, this could be if it's a bill, that you are going to include what is going to be there that are going to be prohibited. By putting those things in a motion, doesn't like to me look all right. So can he clarify for us why we shall include those things? Because what is the definition of an hazardous thing?
Well, yes. Thank you, Honorable Kennedy Mukuria. Well, I don't think he has to debate it again. He will just accept or not accept, then we make up our mind based on how we understand it. So how do you address the question by Honorable Nur? Honorable Gideon.
Yes, this comes under the resolution. The resolution is actually one, and it has Part A, Part B, and Part B has Roman 1, Roman 2 under it. So the resolution we are now making based on the harmonized proposals by Honorable Dr. Kalinda, Honorable Christopher, Honorable Josephine would come as Roman 3 under Part B, urging the Council of Ministers to ban or prohibited artificial and hazardous substances used in cosmetics and skincare products for altering skin color and which can be injurious to human health. That is part Roman 3, and then it comes again to Roman 2 or Roman 4 of this. Any other substance which is used to cause body alteration in terms of size and shape, such as injections or topical lotions or tablets.
So that is a combined amendment by Honorable Christopher and the Honorable Josephine. And the Honorable, the three of them, Dr. Karinda. So members have to pronounce themselves on it. Yeah. Yes. So, honorable members, the combined proposed amendment by Honorable Christopher, Honorable Josephine, and the Honorable Dr. Karinda. Honorable Aden?
Yesterday, when I suggested an amendment to the title, I think the reason why the mover did not like it is because he felt that it substantially altered the context of the motion. But the amendments that are being brought in now appear to actually completely alter the whole motion. Because when you talk of body alterations, we have communities in our country that tear their ears and do things and stuff like that. What do you mean by body alterations? How does that come in terms of cosmetics and things that we were doing? It completely shifts away. In my view, this amendment cannot be carried.
So now, Honorable Aden, that will be food for thought for members when we vote. Yes. Honorable members, the proposed amendment by our colleagues, Honorable Noor, Honorable Josephine, Honorable Christopher, and the Honorable Dr. Karinda. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Yes. Is there any other amendment? Is there any other amendment?
Procedure, right, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Janko. Order, Honorable members, order, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The merged ideas from Chris, Josephine, and Dr. Kalinda have yielded two proposals, two different proposals. So procedurally, I was thinking that we are going to vote for each one of them, but we have voted both together. I don't know whether it was procedurally right. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I mean, they were combined. So we have voted for them together, combined. Yes. Yes, Honorable Gideon, do you have any other? Yes.
Honorable Susan Nakaushi, to regularly review chemical ingredients in beauty products as one of the compulsory standards.
Clarification, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Noor.
Honorable Speaker, once the House has announced the resolution of the House has been passed on the same motion, what does the other amendment that the mover is trying to read is going to add on? Because the motion has already been carried with amendments and the resolution of the House has been passed. So what are these other issues that we are discussing? Is it going to change again the motion?
No, unless I'm not getting a point here. Several amendments were proposed, and we are going through them. I know some of them are causing some effects, serious effects on the motion itself. But that will matter at the end when a general question is put on the entire document. So for the time being, I'm not very much concerned with the content, or because I know at the end of the day I will put a general question. Am I getting you right, Honorable?
I think we have just pronounced ourselves that the motion should read with the inclusion of whatever the member has accepted, and we have already put the cart before the horse that the resolution of the House has been passed on the same motion with amendments, and we have already agreed. So these are the amendments.
How was the resolution passed before I put the question? Yes, we have passed. We have made decisions on several amendments. We have not made any decision on the motion, the entire motion itself, as amended. Yes.
Guidance.
Yes, Honorable Susan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, I really need your guidance. The proposed recommendations that Honorable Gideon read initially were two and substantially different. One was on body care products, but the other one was like on plastic surgeries and body alterations. And I thought this is totally different, that they needed us to handle them separately, because as you know, in the region, a lot of our doctors have gone ahead to study plastic surgery because it's a lucrative industry. So I thought we could split the two so that we handle them separately, because personally, my view is different when it comes to body alterations. So I thought we could pronounce ourselves at least on it.
No, I don't think I'm competent to go into that science. Yes.
Information.
Because what I know, those who proposed the amendments were comfortable putting them together, and the House has pronounced itself on them. So how they affect the entire document is for you to decide when we get to that point. Yes. Honorable Gideon, the next amendment.
Order right now.
Unless it is the question of procedure, because the point of order at this point, is it directed at me?
Information.
Who is raising the point? Honorable Mbide, yes. Microphone.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I was inquiring whether it is procedurally correct for one moving a motion on hydroquinone to have such a motion also include the surgery without telling us whether hydroquinone is actually used in surgery, plastic surgery.
Information, Honorable Speaker.
Information, Mr. Speaker.
So, by the way, honorable members, can I remind you that we have already voted on this? I will seek your guidance. How do we visit back the issue we have voted about? Is it possible? Yes. So let us proceed. Honorable Simon, we have voted about this.
Mr. Speaker, my view was the same as yours. Already we have voted on the matter, so we just proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gideon.
A recommendation, an amendment by Honorable Susan Nakaushi that recommend to the Council, and that is it is under 5 Roman 5 of the resolution. Urge the Council to regularly review chemical ingredients in beauty products as one of the compulsory standards in the region.
The proposed amendment by Honorable Susan. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Gideon. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Microphone off. Honorable members, I now put the question that the motion on the floor, as amended, is that this assembly do resolve to recommend to the Council of Ministers to ban the manufacturing and importation of soaps and cosmetics containing hydroquinone in the community. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So thank you, Honorable Gideon. I know it has taken a lot of your time to prepare this. This effort started way back in Zanzibar, and at some time I was even persuading you to take a certain direction, but you were very persistent in your position. So thank you for all your input, and honorable members.
We proceed to item number 4 on the order paper. Report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources with stakeholders on budgetary enhancement in the agricultural sector by way of motion.
Committee Chairperson, Honorable Kasamba.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to move a motion that the report on the Committee of Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources with the stakeholders on budgetary enhancement in the agriculture sector be adopted.
Thank you, Honorable Kasamba. Microphone, please. Yes, seconder or seconders. Honorable Francoise, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Mariam Usi, Honorable Dr. Anne, and all the members standing. Honorable Chairperson.
Right Honorable Speaker, Council members and honorable members, allow me to take this opportunity, first of all, to welcome the most recent new entrant within the Parliament of East Africa by the membership of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Affairs, the United Republic of Tanzania, Professor Kabudi. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Parliament of East Africa for having given us the opportunity to undertake an activity under the Committee of Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, where we engage the stakeholders on the budgetary enhancement in the agriculture sector that was held in the various 6 partner states between the 17th and the 22nd of March 2019. The report I'm going to make involves the introductory part. According to the ESC Vision 2050, adopted in February 2016, agriculture forms the backbone of the ESC economies. The sector contributes on an average of 36% of the regional's GDP. Despite the importance of the agriculture, poverty levels are still high, particularly in the rural areas, due to poor infrastructure performance of the sector. Smallholder farmers dominate the sector, occupy the majority. The report is with us members. I think it was distributed. Even today, we got it yesterday, we were unable to debate it. Even today, we have a new copy. Smallholder farmers dominate the sector, occupy the majority of land, and produce most of the crop and livestock products. The key long-standing challenges of the smallholder farmers is the low productivity stemming from poor access to farm inputs and lack of access to market, credit, and technology. Investment in the sector have remained at relatively low levels and thus unable to spur transformation of the agriculture sector. The Treaty of the Establishment of the East African Community under Article 105(1)(c) of the treaty provides that the overall objective of cooperation in the agriculture sector are the achievement of the food security and rational agricultural sector production within the community. To this end, the partner states undertook to adopt a scheme for the rationalization of the agricultural production with a view of promoting complementary and specialization in the sustainability of national agricultural programs, in order to ensure an increase in the production of crops, livestock, fisheries, and forestry products for domestic consumption, export and outside the community, and as inputs to agro-based industries within the community. Under the CADAP and Marabo Declaration, in cognizant of the challenges and opportunities of the agriculture and its positive contribution to economic transformation of the African continent, the African Union leaders adopted a comprehensive agricultural development program, CADAP, known as Maputo Declaration in 2003. After a decade of CADAP implementation, the African Union leaders reiterated their engagement in agriculture by adopting a Marabo Declaration on accelerated agricultural production growth and transformation in June 2014. The 7 Marabo commitments were translated into 7 thematic areas of performance, which are recommendation to the principles and values of the CADAP processes, which was still outstanding since 2003. B, commitment to enhance investment finance in agriculture by upholding 10% public spending target and operationalization of Africa Investment Bank. Commitment to ending hunger by 2025. By 2025, by at least double productivity, focusing on inputs, irrigation, and mechanization. Commitment to halving poverty through inclusive agriculture, growth, and transformation, and sustain annual sector growth of agricultural GDP at least 6%, strengthening inclusive public-private partnership on agricultural commodity value chains, create job opportunities for at least 30% of the youth in the agricultural value chains. Commitment to boosting intra-African trade in the agricultural commodities and services by tripling intra-African trade in agricultural commodities and fast-track continental free trade areas. Commitment to enhancing resilience in livelihoods and production system to climate variability and other shocks. Commitment to mutual accountability to actions and results. Enhancing investments in agriculture. Enhancing investment finance in agriculture is one of the 7 thematic areas of performance under the African countries, which the African countries committed to enhance investment finance, both public and private, to agriculture by allocating at least 10% of public expenditures and to ensure its efficiency and effectiveness. Also, countries committed to create and enhance necessary appropriate policies and institutional conditions and support systems for facilitation of private investment in agriculture, agribusiness, and agro-industries by giving priorities to local investors. The biannual review on the implementation of the Marabo Declaration. The African leaders, union leaders, requested the African Union Commission and the NEPAD, Planning and Coordinating Agencies, in collaboration with the partner institutions, to institutionalize a system for peer review that encourages good performance in achievement of progress made in implementation of provisions of the declaration and recognize biannually exemplary performance and conduct on a biannual basis beginning from 2017. Agricultural review processes and start reporting on the progress of the Assembly started on the progress of the Assembly from January 2018. The objectives of the activity was to bring together stakeholders in the agricultural sector to discuss resources allocated to the sector and their priorities for the 2019-2020 budget financial year. This activity provided the opportunity to stakeholders to engage with policymakers at national level and to debate and deliberate on the budgetary enhancement in the sector and the appropriate priorities. The methodology we applied, the committee conducted stakeholders meetings in partner states. The meetings were attended by government officials from ministries responsible for agriculture and related sectors, Ministry of Finance and Planning, and the ES Affairs. Other stakeholders were members of the national assemblies, especially from the committees responsible for agriculture, representatives of private sector, representatives of the non-state actors, and representatives of both large and small-scale farmers. Government made presentations focusing on agricultural sector development, national budget allocations on agriculture for the year 2019-2020 financial year, and their priorities were at the status of implementation of the Malabo Declaration. In addition, there were presentations from the non-state actors. In order for the overall partner states, in the short time allocated the committee to undertake this activity, the committee was divided into 3 groups, each group covering 2 partner states, as indicated below. The first group 1 visited South Sudan and the Republic of Uganda, of which myself, Kasamba Mathias, Honorable Dr. Ito Ann, Dr. Woda Jeremiah, Honorable Mary Mjenyi, and Chris Opoka is unable, but is in this post. Honorable Gabriel Garang Awol were able to visit those 2 countries ahead. Allow me to also present to you Group 2.
You know, the master of those names is my monopoly.
Group 2 was more interesting, you remember, Right Honorable, we even indicated it. They visited both the Republic of Rwanda and Burundi. So there was a very good interchange of the teams from Rwanda going to Burundi, and also the team from Burundi going to Rwanda. So Honorable Wijema led the team that left Rwanda to go and interface with the team from Burundi. Honorable Nsavimana Sophie, Honorable Bahat Alex, Honorable Karelwa Mamo, Honorable Owomukisa Momamo, that's Karelwa Momamo, Honorable Owomukisa Francois, Francois, Honorable Ahijeje Alfred, Ahijeje Alfred. So these ones, I think we made the iceberg of feeling that we are all brothers and sisters and we can cross across each other. So I congratulate my committee for having made that serious. The third group composed of the group that visited the United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Kenya. This was composed of Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim Ali, Honorable Oburu Oginga, Honorable Muhammad Abib Munya, Honorable Josephine Sebastian Lemoyan, Honorable Adan Omar Kimbisa, and then Honorable Nur Adan Mohammed. I am hereby now presenting the reports of the activities held in the partner states, beginning country by country. The meeting held in Bujumbura on 20th March 2019, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Office of the President responsible for ES Affairs, Ambassador Jean Rick, opened the meeting by explaining that time has come for commitments and greater actions as partner states are determined to unlock the economic value in the agricultural sector, boost creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. He emphasized the need for all stakeholders to rally behind government in the implementation and realization of the provisions of the Malabo Declaration. Implementation of the Malabo Declaration in Burundi. According to the 2017 biannual review report, the Republic of Burundi achieved an overall average of 4.7. It was noted that the Republic of Burundi was on track in the 5 thematic areas, namely recommitment of the CADA process, boosting intra-African trade in agricultural commodities, halving poverty through agriculture by 2025, enhancing resilience to climate variability, and mutual accountability for actions and results. However, Burundi needs to pay attention to enhancing investment finance in agriculture and ending hunger by 2025. The budget allocation of the agricultural sector in Burundi contributed 34% of the GDP in 2018. This sector includes subsistence agriculture, export agriculture, forestry, livestock, fisheries, etc. Some of the priorities of the agricultural sector in Burundi are construction of irrigation dams, underground water assessment study and management of watersheds, national reforestation program, intensification of animal productions, construction of hydro-agricultural dams at Kajeke, national fertilizer grant program, coordination of intervention in the implementation of the national plan for agricultural investment, extension and diffusion of technological innovation in rural environment, and building infrastructure support for agricultural production and mechanization. The budget allocation for agriculture in Burundi in 2015, the amount was 184 billion francs, averaging 14.7%. So Burundi by 2015 had surpassed the 10%. 2016, it was 159 billion, reflecting 12% of the budget. 2017, it was 141 billion, reflecting 10.4% of the national budget. 2018, it was degenerating. It became 139.2, becoming 9.6%, slightly less below 10%. And the projected kitty for 2019-2020, they just gave us the percentage of 10.1%. So we commend the Burundi for having achieved more or less the 10% margins in as far as the resource allocation are concerned. The challenges faced by the small-scale farmers, who also were present during the interface, the Small-Scale Farmers Forum in Burundi highlighted the following challenges which face the small-scale farmers in Burundi: access to quality extension services such as irrigation and water harvesting schemes, access to quality and timely inputs, especially local seeds and organic fertilizers, access to agriculture investment banks for smallholder farmers in rural areas, access to agriculture post-harvest losses due to lack of conservation mechanism, access, use, and ownership of land, especially among the youth and women, triple intra-African trade in agricultural commodities and services is also another challenge. Enhancement of resilience in livelihood and production among small-scale producers in the advent of climate variability and other shocks. Investment in biodiversity and ecological promotion, which increases resilience of farming systems to climate change and strengthen the capacity of the smallholder farmers to adapt to climate change. Recommendation to the government of Burundi by the ISAF to ensure government have disbursement of the 10% in support of small-scale farmers, especially the youth and women at the grassroots level. Adequate funding to be directed to agroecological agriculture that is sustainable, promotes diversity, preserves and promotes local seeds, varieties, and community-owned seeds, preserves biodiversity, soil, water, and living organisms. To allocate the budget to enhance resilience in livelihood and production among the smallholder producers in the advent of climate variability and other shocks. Ensure that government allocates more funds in action research, which enables small-scale farmers to have access to extension services, responsive participatory research, and suitable technologies. Commit to end hunger and malnutrition by supporting smallholder farmers to double agricultural productivity and reduce post-harvest losses through ensured access, use, and ownership of land, especially among the youth and women. Irrigation and water harvesting schemes, access to quality extension services, access to quality and timely inputs, especially local seeds and organic fertilizers. Commit to reduce poverty by half by sustaining annual agricultural growth by at least 6% and create job opportunities for at least 30% of the youth and women. The Republic of Kenya. The meeting was held in Nairobi on 20th March. The representative of the State Departments of the Ministry of East African Community and Regional Development, Mr. Julius Mwambu, informed the meeting that it was the right time for stakeholders to discuss what partner states invested in agriculture. He mentioned some of the achievements the ESC in the agriculture sector, including the adoption of Food Security Action Plan, strategy, and protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary, which is already ratified by Kenya. Presentation by the Kenyan small-scale farmers. The presentation of the Small-Scale Farmers Forum was made by Mr. Alfayo Karuna Tum. He explained that agriculture is the backbone of the economy of Kenya, employing more than 75% of the workforce, contributing 31.3% to the GDP, which is equivalent to 2.695 trillion Kenyan money. He made the following recommendation to the government of Kenya: to develop a multi-year action plan that is mandatory from the budget of 2019-2020 to progressively allocate and release timely at least 10% of the national budget to agriculture sector to ensure the Big Four agenda is realized, agriculture being part of the Big Four agenda. To establish agricultural investment bank in Kenya to provide friendly credit to smallholder farmers, especially women, youth, and poor women in the rural areas, poor men in the rural areas. To ensure 10% support the youth and women at the grassroots levels who make 70% of the agricultural labor force in the region. to ensure adequate funding allocated to agroecological agriculture, which is sustainable, preserves and promotes local seeds diversity and community-owned seeds, preserves agrobiodiversity, soil, water, and living organisms. To ensure allocation of at least 1% of the agricultural budget to research. To ensure cartels and middlemen in Kenya do not distort support and markets for small-scale farmers. To eliminate multiple levels sets across counties in the agricultural value chain. Levies actually, it should be levies and across counties. Ensure the Warehouse Receipt System Bill 2018, which has been in the Parliament since 2015, is passed. Speed up establishment of farmer database in Kenya. Commit to reduce poverty by half by sustaining annual growth rate of at least 6% and create job opportunities for at least 30% of the youth in agriculture. To allocate substantial budget to enhance resilience in livelihood and production among small-scale farmers, producers, in the event of climate variability and other shocks. Government of Kenya invests in the promotion of biodiversity, ecological and organic farming, which increases resilience in farming systems to climate change and strengthens the capacity of smallholder farmers to adapt to climate changes. Presentation from the Government of Kenya on the agricultural, rural and urban development sector. The presentation on the agricultural, rural and urban development sector, medium-term expenditure framework 2019-2020, 2021-2022 was made by Mr. Mungayo Peter from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, State Department of Livestock. He informed the meeting that the agricultural, rural and urban development sector comprises State Department of Crop Development, State Department of Livestock, State Department of Fisheries, Aquaculture and Blue Economy, State Department for Irrigation, State Department of Agricultural Research, Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, and National Land Commission. The priorities for agriculture sector in Kenya are ensure national food and nutritional security, create an enabling environment for sector development, increase agricultural productivity and outputs, improve market access and product development, enhance the role of youth and women in the sector, ensure accessibility, equity, and sustainable management of land resource for socio-economic development, enhance sustainable aquaculture development and utilization of the blue economy, enhance utilization of land through irrigation and drainage services, increase land productivity through land reclamation and rehabilitation of degraded land, increase per capita water storage capacity for irrigation and other uses, promote, regulate, and facilitate agricultural research, and strengthen institutional capacity for efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery. The trend in the sector allocation of expenditure 2015-2016, 2017-2018 by the approved estimates versus the actual expenditures are as follows. I will read the totals. The total for approved estimates for 2015-2016 was 54 billion. 146 million. That of 2016-2017 was 62 billion 741 million. The one of 2017-2018 was 65 billion 347 million. Those are the approved. When it comes to expenditure, you would realize there is a big variance, which is a major concern for us. Whereas the approved is 54, the actual expenditure was 44 billion 597 in 2015-2016. In 2016-2017, the actual, which was expensed, was 49 billion 938 compared to the approved budgetary expenditures of 62 billion. Then the one for 2017-2018, it was the actual was 53 billion 324 million compared to the one which was approved as 65 billion. So you can see the agriculture, we approve budgets, but the actual expenditures become far in short of the realities of what is expensed. The table above indicates that the total sector allocation increased from 54 billion in 2015-2016 to 62 billion in the financial 2016-2017 to 65 billion. The actual expenditure increased from 44, what I've mentioned is as indicated below. Proposed programs for the financial year 2019-2020, The following are the proposed programs for the sector for 2019-2020. Crop development and management, agribusiness and information management, livestock resource management and development, fisheries development and management, development and coordination of the blue economy, irrigation and land reclamation, water harvesting and storage for irrigation, agricultural research and development, land policy planning, land administration and management, and general administration planning and support services. The implementation of the above program requires 138.019 billion. However, the available resources for 2019-2020 is only a micro 56 billion 369 million, as indicated in the table below. The total required is 138 billion. What is available is 556 billion. So Kenya has a deficit if we are to realize agricultural potential of not importing more wheat and rice and everything. They have a deficit of 81 billion 650. Observation by the stakeholders. It was observed that the allocation for the agriculture sector is around 2% of the national budget. 2% for the financial year 2019-2020. Remember, the Malabo Declaration demands 10%. This activity was undertaken when Kenya was at these advanced stages of the preparation of the national budget. Therefore, it is difficult for the outcome of the activity to influence the budget for 2019-2020. So equally, it was a concern that if we go late to engage the stakeholders, we will find when they have already reprioritized other sectors. Data for the investments of agriculture in Kenya should include the budget for the agriculture allocated by county government. That was a very serious consideration. Implementation of agricultural activities in Kenya is done at county government. National government just does regulation, coordination, and making sure that there is compliance with the standards. Trade barriers is one of the problems that affect farmers and distribution of food in the region. That was a serious consideration. The ES sanitary and phytosanitary protocol, once enforced, will address some of the problems of affecting farmers, especially on cross-border trade. It was noted with concern that the interest of the youth in agriculture is declining. Therefore, there is need for concerted effort to attract youth back to agriculture. Stakeholders noted that mechanization of agriculture is critical in attracting youth to agriculture. The provision of subsidized fertilizers and other inputs need to reach all farmers in the region. Increased budget allocation to training and research and provision of extension services need to be improved and to be provided in accordance with the demand and demand-driven services, extension services. The Republic of Rwanda. The meeting held in Kigali on 18th March, it was opened by Mr. Raphael Mugabonejo, the senior officers in charge of foreign affairs and the East African affairs. He thanked Eala for organizing this activity at a time when the allocation of funding to the agricultural sector was in the decline or had stagnated. He urged the EAC government to put more effort and interest in agriculture because it is the backbone of the economy of most of the countries in the East African region. Implementation of the Malabo Declaration by Rwanda. Rwanda, by the biannual score, got the highest score on the African continent. It got 6.1 on the agricultural transformation in Africa and emerged the best performing country in the implementation of the 7 commitments of the Malabo Declaration. We commend that. The Republic of Rwanda was on track on the recommitting to cadre progress, having poverty through agriculture by 2025, boosting intra-trade in agriculture, commodities, enhancing resilience to climate change, and mutual accountability for action and results. However, Rwanda needs to put more efforts in enhancing investment in agriculture and ending hunger by 2025. Challenges faced by the small-scale farmers in Rwanda. Small-scale farmers in Rwanda informed the committee that they face the following challenges: limited access to finance and agriculture insurance scheme, small land and low productivity, skills gap, low levels of technology use, weak participation in budgetary cycle at grassroots level, low bargaining power along the value chain actors. Farmers just stop at the garden or in the courtyard. The rest is taken by the middlemen and the other organized, wise men of the land. Vulnerability to climate change. In addition to the challenges facing the small-scale farmers, the agricultural sector in Rwanda faces a number of challenges, including the following: small plot size and limited land availability, rapid population growth with limited land and food production, climate change and weather variability, soil erosion and degradation which is threatening the quality of agricultural land, limited capacity of agriculture from reaching its commercial potential, unsatisfactory agricultural commodity markets and value chain. That is where the farmers are not well prepared to grow into the value chain. The skills gap in agriculture limits productivity, and the agricultural sector currently fails to maximize its contribution to the national development and benefits to women and youth. The observations by the stakeholders: there is need for the inclusiveness in reporting to the Malabo indicators, where farmers, civil society organizations, private sector, media, academia, and government should form one team that can compile the overall report. The biannual review happens every 2 years, but at times it is done by a few individuals who gather statistics on behalf of the rest. So they are demanding involvement of the farmers, small-scale civil society organization, private sector, media, academia, to ensure that the overall report has a broader picture. There is need for a campaign towards mindset change for both local leaders and citizens towards policy, programs, development, budgeting, and planning processes. Government and private sector should prioritize infrastructure development such as feeder roads, cold rooms, and storage facilities, those ones which facilitate the farmers to reach the markets. Government through meteorological centers should devise means to inform the public, especially farmers, on the probable weather forecasts. There is need for government to work closely with the insurance companies and persuade them to invest in the agriculture sector. To put an agronomist at cell level, emphasis in water use and rain harvesting. Review the whole value chain in agriculture from the production to the end, to the market. Provide subsidies in the horticulture sector, especially seed and fertilizer, and promote more emphasis on research. The budget allocation for the agriculture sector in Rwanda. The trend in the budget allocation to the agriculture sector in the Republic of Rwanda is as follows. The national budget is 2 trillion, 232 billion, 434 million, 495,698. The agricultural budget is getting a mere 132 billion. Million. It is in millions. Rwandan francs. which is the 5.7. So the 2017 is 2 trillion 620 billion 112 million, and then the budgeted allocated is 203 billion, reflecting a 7.8 increase by then. Then 2018-2019, the budget we are concluding, the budget was 2 trillion 586 billion Rwandan francs, and the budget allocated was going down, and they were given 175 billion Rwandan francs, reflecting a 6.8%. So this shows also a decline in the prioritization of the agriculture. I don't know whether they have landed and they have captured everything in agriculture. So the Parliament of Rwanda also made some observations and recommendations. Members of Parliament of Rwanda made the following recommendation to the government: increase up to 10% of the national budget allocated to the agriculture sector. Empower the youth and women involved in the agriculture sector. Build the capacity of the farmers to participate in the budgetary process. Strengthen the partnership between the government and the private sector in the agriculture sector. And there's need for an annual meeting of members of national assemblies, Committee of Agriculture, members of Eala, and stakeholders for the agriculture sector. So they were appreciating what we did to go and reach out on them, though at times it is done a bit late. The members of the Parliament of Rwanda made the following commitment. They did not only recommend, they even made commitments. The Parliament of Rwanda will continue to monitor implementation of the Malabo Declaration. The Parliament of Rwanda will make sure that laws in place are followed and facilitate the attainment of the agreed goals. and the Parliament of Rwanda will continue to monitor the implementation of the strategic plan of the agricultural transformation, that is the PSTA4. The Republic of South Sudan. The meeting was held in Juba on the 18th of March and was graced by the Minister of Livestock and Fisheries, Honorable James Duke Jam. The meeting was attended by stakeholders from the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, the Minister responsible for ES Affairs, Farmers Organization, Civil Society Organizations, and FAO. Status of the agricultural sector in South Sudan. The Republic of South Sudan is naturally endowed with agricultural potential, given its favorable soils, water, and climate conditions. It is estimated that about 70% of the total land area is suitable for producing a wide range of agricultural products, including annual crops such as grains, vegetables, coffee, and fruits, fisheries, and various forest products. Currently, the land used for agriculture is estimated at 3.8 to 4.4% of the total land suitable for agriculture. On the other hand, the Republic of South Sudan is an agro-pastoralist country with a huge livestock population, currently standing at 11 million cattle, 11.7 million goats, and 11.1 million sheep. However, one of the challenges is that the livestock farmers are disjointed and prefer keeping large herds of cattle, sheep, and goats of low quality due to traditional belief. You remember, Right Honorable, the biggest bride price was 500 animals, which was floating some time back, you remember. The committee was informed that currently the focus of government in the agricultural sector is to enhance the resilience and vulnerable households, to reduce food and nutrition insecurity, and increase household income. To realize these goals, the government of South Sudan identified the following 3 priority areas to guide investment interventions in the sector. Sustainable increase in agricultural production and productivity realized. Agriculture-based economic growth and incomes increased. Increases resilience of livelihoods to threats and crises. The overarching aim of the national effort of the agricultural transformation is to improve production of food security and self-sufficiency in the region, improve health and nutrition across the country, take agriculture as an alternative economic engine complementing oil and gas, and increase incomes to over 80% of the population in South Sudan. The committee was informed that the Republic of South Sudan allocated a budget of 0.23 of its national budget to the agriculture sector in the year 2018-2019. The committee was further informed that they are not exemplary, expecting to increase in 2019-2020. Sector priorities in the medium term. The Minister of Livestock and Fisheries informed the committee that apparently the priority of government of South Sudan is for the formation of the revitalized transitional government for national unity by putting in place a functional government and restoring peace and security in the country. However, he noted that the government is committed to prioritizing and supporting the agriculture sector. The following constitutes priorities of the agriculture sector: conforming to the national and international obligations like the Marabo Declaration on enhancing the budget of the agriculture sector, ensuring food security, among others. The use of oil revenue to develop the requisite infrastructure to spur agriculture. Attracting foreign companies and individuals to invest in the agriculture sector, especially commercial farming, agro-processing, and industrialization. Development and expansion of road infrastructure, provision of water for agriculture production through irrigation infrastructure. Improving agricultural productivity by provision of farm inputs and equipment, and undertaking agricultural and livestock consensus. The status of the implementation of the Marabo Declaration. The Republic of South Sudan was not among the 47 member states that reported their progress on the implementation of the Marabo Declaration by the annual review in January 2018. However, according to the presentation made by the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security to the committee, the Republic of South Sudan was able to implement the following in 2015-2016. Much as they didn't participate in the biannual review, they had a similar process being carried out. Under Commitment 1, recommitting the CADA process, the government of the Republic of Uganda was able to do establishment of the communication on internalizing CADA. So they are learning how the CADA system is going to be adapted in their system. Put in place a national CADA roadmap for implementation of the Marabo Declaration. The National Agriculture Investment Plan appraisal report was also generated. The National Agriculture Investment Plan implementation reflected on the national budget. These are now the National Agriculture Investment Plan being integrated into the national budget. Establishment of the National Agriculture Investment Plan monitoring and evaluation system. Under commitment 2, enhancing investment in financing in agriculture, the committee was informed that in 2015, agriculture was allocated 102 million Sudanese pounds out of the total budget of the 11 billion, which constituted 0.91 of the national budget. In 2016, the agriculture was allocated 502 million South Sudan pounds out of the 38 billion South Sudan budgetary provision, which constituted 1.3 of the national budget. This was a positive growth. Presentation of small-scale farmers on the Republic of South Sudan. The small-scale farmers of the Republic of South Sudan presented the following challenges: access to timely quality seeds for farmers, limited access to adapted technology to combat climate change, post-harvest losses, access to inadequate of storage facilities, limited access to credit to support farmers, non-implementation of government policies and legal framework to support agriculture. Undertaken by the small-scale farmers, continue to lobby and advocate with the government with regard to the 10% budget allocation, strengthen South Sudan Agricultural Producers Union, seed company, and liaise with other organizations and traders to provide timely and quality seed to farmers. Organize cooperatives and farmers groups to build storage facilities in areas of production surpluses, and also lobby with organizations supporting concept of aggregation. Sector development, that is crop, livestock, aquaculture, apiculture, and poultry. Work with partners to combat impact of climate change through promotion of agroforestry and energy-saving technologies, looking for additional funding from prospective donors. We also had the Pastoralist Union of the Republic of South Sudan. The following objectives of the pastoralist sector of South Sudan: to establish legal pastoralist associations in all the 32 states, plus a Bay administrative area, including Apex General Headquarters in Juba. Mapping of socio-economic zones for livestock across the country, showing priorities for investments. Introduction and application of hides and leather industry for economic development. Marketing of raw materials, especially for meat, through establishment of modern slaughterhouses and milk industries. Veterinary services and technologies, research and development and technology transfer, appointment of permanent Apex Executive Committee in headquarters in Juba. Challenges facing the pastoralists, given the big livestock quantities they have, the traditional misconception towards commercial values of the livestock, meat, milk, hides, and skins. Mapping according to zones, zone terrestrial, inadequacy of capital, inadequacy of capacity building and training among the farmers, the livestock keepers, and the extension services. Inadequacy of the veterinary services, that is drugs. Spread of diseases among the pastoralist communities. Scarcity of clean drinking water for the nomads and animals. Inadequacy of educational services to the nomads. Lack of mobile markets to provide goods to the nomads. Restriction on the movement of livestock. Need of free movement across the states. Inadequate data, stock information, climate change, that is aquatic, water, forestry, drought, grazing land, etc. Heavy and overlap of animal taxation from the state to state. Opportunities for pastoralists in the Republic of South Sudan. To propose building of local slaughterhouses in Malakai and Rank Town at the present to export meat to Sudan via Paloch Airport, and chances for establishing plants for milk products in Rank and Wadakona towns at the present side by side with the leather industry. Observation by stakeholders in the Republic of South Sudan. The stakeholders urged Eala and other organs of the institution of the community to fast track the integration of the Republic of South Sudan into the EAC. They noted that the government and the people of South Sudan are ready and prepared to embrace the EAC integration agenda. They appeal to the Assembly to undertake more activities in South Sudan to create awareness and empower the people. The Minister of Livestock and Fisheries, on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, made a commitment to undertake the necessary political and institutional reforms to be part of the EAC partner states. In view of its expansive arable land and livestock population, the Republic of South Sudan presents enormous potential for growth and development of the agriculture sector if peace and security is restored and appropriate funding and investment is made to the sector. Currently, the livestock farmers are disjointed and prefer keeping large herds of animals, cattle, sheep, goat, of low quality due to traditional beliefs. There is need for these farmers to organize themselves into cooperative societies for effective coordination, access to financing, marketing of their produce, and improving their breeds and nutrition. It was noted that little has been made to promote the private sector, particularly agricultural sector, to steer development in South Sudan. It was also noted that there are some small-scale farmers who have formed associations and circles. However, they are not well organized and coordinated. It was further noted that the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, is currently a key non-state player in the agricultural sector in the Republic of South Sudan. The Republic of Uganda. The meeting was held in Kampala on 22nd March, and it was graced by the Minister responsible for Agriculture, Honorable Vincent Sempija. The meeting received and discussed presentation from the Minister of Agriculture and Industry and Fisheries, as well as farmer organization and civil society organization. The status of the agricultural sector in Uganda. The committee was informed that agriculture remains the main thrust of Uganda's economic growth. The sector contributes 25% of the national GDP, gross domestic product, and employs over 70% of Uganda's population. The overall goal of the sector is to achieve an average growth rate of 6% per year over the next 5 years. The development and growth of this sector is anchored on 4 strategic objectives outlined in the National Development Plan 2 and the Agriculture Sector Strategic Plan 2015, 2016, 2019, 2020, which includes to increase production and productivity of the agricultural commodities and enterprises, to increase access to critical farm inputs, to improve access to markets and value addition, and to strengthen the quality of agricultural commodities, to strengthen the agricultural services, institutions, and also create an enabling environment for the sector to grow. Sector budget allocation for 2018-2019, 2019-2020. According to the approved budget of 2018-2019, the allocation of the agricultural sector was 892 billion out of the national budget of 25 trillion, representing a percentage of 3.5%. The projected budget allocation to agriculture for the financial year 2019-2020 will be 919.4 billion out of the projected national budget of 25 trillion 668 billion, which is 3.6, a micro increase of 0.1. Sector priorities for 2019-2020. According to the presentation by the officials from the Ministry of Agriculture, the sector budget strategy for 2019-2020 is in line with the national budget strategy of promoting agro-industrialization, unlocking key constraints affecting the performance of the agriculture sector. The following have been identified as key priorities in the 2019-2020 budget. Extension services provision by linking model farmers to the technologies available at the regional research centers and recruitment of more extension workers at the district and sub-county levels. Agro-industrialization and value addition programs, water for agricultural production through large-scale infrastructure, fertilizer usage through a comprehensive update of the national soil suitability map and construction of a fertilizer factory. Access to finance and insurance by finalizing the agricultural finance policy. Seed inspection and certification through rehabilitation of the national analytical laboratories and equipping the national agricultural inspectors. Animal feeds to boost the animal productivity through increased pasture production through partnership with the private sector. Animal vector and disease control with focus on enforcement of quarantines, vaccines, and acaricides trial. Coffee and cotton development for export promotion through quality improvement. Dairy development with focus on rehabilitation of cold chain infrastructure, procurement of milk handling equipment, and ensuring quality and safety of milk and milk products. Promotion of agricultural research and development. Animal genetic development and breeding. And provision of seed, planting, breeding, stocking material, and value addition equipment to farmers. The status of the implementation of the Marabo Declaration. According to the inaugural biannual report adopted in January 2018, Uganda recorded strong performance in the following areas. Under CADAP 1, CADAP process completed, Uganda registered 73%, 2 times the expected performance in 2017 in establishing trade facilitation measures. 2 times the expected performance in 2017 in improving food security and nutrition. On the other hand, Uganda's weak performance were areas where only 3.1% of the total budget expenditure spent on agriculture in 2016. 29% of the children under 5 are stunted. 90% of the smallholder farmers do not use improved seeds. Only 1.7 kilograms per hectare of fertilizer usage compared to the Abuja Declaration target of 50 kilograms per hectare. So we use only 1.7 kilograms in an hectare. Presentation of the small-scale farmers in Uganda. The small-scale farmers of the Republic of Uganda made the following presentation. Commended the government of Uganda for consistent increase in the budget allocation of the sector to the tune of the volume of 479 billion in 2015 to 823 billion in 2016, then to 866 billion in 2017, then to 892 billion in 2018-19. Now it is projected to be 919 billion 2020. However, they were concerned that compared to the total increase in the national budget, the increment is insignificant during the years stated above. As the sector's proportion to the national budget, it has averaged ranged between 2.6% over the last 4 years. So there is stagnation. There is no progressive increment in the allocation in the agriculture sector. Concerned that whereas there is an increment in the total volume of money allocated to the sector, the total disbursement to the sector have consistently been lower in some instances than the proposed amount in the national budget framework. Further concerned with the stagnation of the sector below 4% for the previous concluded 3 financial years of the second National Development Plan, recorded at 3.2% in 2015, 1.6% in 2016-17, 3.2% at 2017-2018. The growth is far below the renewed commitment of 6% of the African Union as Marabo. In terms of sector contribution to GDP, there has been consistent low contribution recorded at 23% in 2015, 21% in 2016, before reducing to 21%. This poor sector performance should be a growing concern to government as a country. As a country is agrarian, and the sector engages over 81% of the population in the agricultural sector. Recommendation of the small-scale farmers to the government of Uganda. Consider the establishment of central institution to consolidate smallholder agriculture funds, so far scattered under different institutions and programs, which will reduce duplication, rationalize operational costs and outcomes. Develop concrete annual plans starting from the budget of 2019-2020 that will ensure progressive and steady realization of the Marabo Declaration. Ensure government allocates at least 1% of the agricultural budget to responsive participatory research in the indigenous varieties for the purpose of the need for food diversification. Address the hunger and malnutrition issues by supporting smallholder farmers to double agricultural productivity, crop, livestock, and fisheries, and reduce post-harvest losses. Make a deliberate effort to sustain annual agricultural growth by at least 6%, and invest in creating job opportunities to at least 30% of the youth. Invest heavily in knowledge provision and dissemination through extension services to train farmers on land conservation and sustainable farming methods that increase production and conservation of land with adaptation of generated technologies. Increase intra-regional trade in agricultural commodities and services. Conclude policies that support enforcement of standards like the Food and Drug Authority Bill, Food and Nutrition Bill, and Food Safety Bill. To invest in the promotion of ecological farming, which increases resilience of farming systems to climate change and strengthen the capacity of small farmers to improve their livelihood and production in the advent of climate variability and other shocks. Invest in implementing common policy priorities like the adoption of policy responses, mitigation policy responses, prediction policy responses identified in the National Climate Change Policy to address climate change challenges by investing approximately 1.6% of the annual budget into programs in the different sectors to tackle climate change. Observation by stakeholders. The following were the observation by the stakeholders in Uganda. It was noted that despite its potential, the agricultural sector has been growing slowly over the years and continues to attract limited funding from government, far below the continental benchmark of 10%. Over the last 5 years, Uganda's population has been growing at 3.3 per annum, while output in agriculture has been growing at an average of 2% per annum. So we have a deficit reversal in as far as the population is growing faster than the agricultural growth. It was also noted that in the financial year 2017-2018, Uganda's agricultural annual output growth rose close to 6%, matching the required national undertaking of the 6% annual growth rate by the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program. Whereas the government of Uganda increases the budget allocation to the agriculture sector from 479 billion to the projected 919 billion in 2019, these increments are still inadequate to improve the agricultural annual output growth and sector contribution to the gross domestic product. Lastly, the Republic of Tanzania. The meeting was held in the Republic of Tanzania in Dodoma on 18th March. The meeting was graced by the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, Ambassador Ramadan Mwinyi. He informed the meeting that the agricultural sector contributes an average of 30% of the GDP, employs 70% of the national labor force, accounts for 30% of exports, and 65% of inputs to the industrial sector. He mentioned several achievements, including development of marketing infrastructure and systems, increasing access and use of agricultural mechanization, launch of agricultural sector development program, SDP 2, establishment of agricultural development bank, and improvement of infrastructure. The agricultural sector budget 2019. The presentation of the agricultural sector priorities for 2019 was made by Mr. Simon Mpaki from the Ministry of Agriculture. He informed the meeting that the government started implementing the agricultural sector development program phase 2 in 2017-2018. ASDP 2 have the following components which are in line with the national plans and the strategies of the CADA: sustainable water and land use management, enhanced agricultural productivity and profitability, commercialization and value addition, sector enablers, coordination and monitoring and evaluation. The estimated cost for implementing the ASDP 2 for the first 5 years is 13.81 trillion, out of which 41% will be contributed by the government, by the government and development partners, and 59% by the private sector. Implementation of ASDP 2 is expected to achieve an annual growth rate of 6%, improve sustainable land use and water management, raise agricultural productivity through increased availability and utilization of agro inputs and mechanization, strengthen pre- and post-harvest management and enhance market access, strengthen agricultural training institutes and infrastructure, coordinate implementation of crop development strategies, and strengthen regulatory services. Improve research systems and delivery of research outputs to stakeholders. Formulate and review crop sector policies and legislative frameworks to facilitate private sector investments in agriculture. Strengthen coordination, statistics, monitoring and evaluation of agriculture sector. Enhance mainstreaming cross-cutting issues in agriculture, that is youth participation in agriculture, gender, environment, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. Facilitation of agricultural insurance awareness programs, and establishment of farmer database. The budget of agriculture in Tanzania was at 3% by the time CADAP was adopted. It increased up to 7.6% in the financial year 2010-2011. However, it dropped to 3.6% by financial year 2017-2018. The growth rate of the sector is 4%, which is below the national average economic growth of 7%, and CADAP target of 6% annually. The decline in the budget allocation was occasioned by the need to put more emphasis on infrastructure development and the cessation of the agricultural development projects. The budget trends in the Ministry of Agriculture were as follows. The totals: 2017-2018, there were 214 billion. 2018-2019, it was 162 billion. It is projected that it will be 208 billion by the upcoming financial year 2019-2020. The meeting was informed that agriculture sector budget comprises mainly ministries and departments, including Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government, Ministry of Water and Irrigation, Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, local government authorities, Sokoine University of Agriculture, Moshi University College of Cooperatives and Business Studies. However, the budget presented above was only for the Ministry of Agriculture. So they were trying to expound other complementing ministries which are also accessing such other resources other than what has been mentioned, which is specifically for agriculture. Implementation of the Kadapo and Marabo Declaration in Tanzania. The presentation on the implementation of Kadapo and Marabo Declaration was made by Mr. Levirian Ngaiza, the policy advisor to the Ministry of Agriculture. He informed the meeting that Tanzania signed the Kadapo Compact on 8 July 2010. Thereafter, Tanzania formulated the National Investment Plan. In Tanzania, Kadapo is known as Tanzania Agriculture and Food Security Investment Plan 2011. This TAFCIP is a major investment priority of irrigation development, sustainable water resource and land use management, agricultural productivity and commercialization, rural infrastructure, market access and trade, private sector development, food and nutrition security, disaster management, climate change adaptation and mitigation, policy reform and institutional support. All these activities were costed at a total of Tanzanian shillings 8.3 trillion, or equivalent of 5.4 billion US dollars. Presentation of the small-scale farmers of Tanzania. Mr. Stephen Ruvuga, the chief executive of Matandao wa vikundi wa wakulima wa Tanzania, made the presentation on behalf of the small-scale farmers. He informed the committee that the budget should be directed to attain inclusive growth, focus on small-scale farmers, on the right way, example of irrigation scheme, rural processing linked with the market, promotion of rural cooperatives, rural financing, and increased agricultural research activities. Promote intra-regional food trade, regional surveillance of capacity and food security, to make a choice of sustainable agriculture that is ecological, agroecological, and organic, that shall promote our sovereignty. And small-scale farmers have concern over the ESC seed and plant variety bill. Council, take note of this, 2018, because it was developed without wider consultation, and it poses threats to national sovereignty and promotes corporate monopoly of seeds, the plant variety bill, which is on the offing, I think. Observations: access to finance and investors' credit is still a big problem in Tanzania and the entire region, especially for youth. The Tanzanian Agricultural Development Bank does not have the capacity to provide credit to all farmers in the country. Stakeholders were concerned with a small number of students who enroll in the agriculture and related courses as compared to other courses. Likewise, the number of graduates who decide to engage in the agriculture sector is declining. Plans in agriculture should have special focus on youth in order to attract them in the agriculture sector. Tanzania should enhance its budget allocation to agriculture to reach the 10% agreed commitment. Stakeholders were concerned with the barriers to trade in the agricultural products. Tanzania needs to invest more in irrigation for sustainable agriculture. The interface between government and farmers should be formalized and should take place annually. There is a symbolic relation between agriculture, infrastructure, and agribusiness. Tanzania has a potential in agriculture, which, if utilized properly, can feed the entire East Africa. There's need to improve the extension services that are accessible to farmers, especially the smallholder farmers. Cooperative societies need to be strengthened. East African communities should improve the system of complementarity among the farmers in order to avoid unnecessary competition. There's need to invest in the improvement of local seeds to protect our countries. More budgetary allocation is needed in training and research activities. Tanzania needs to invest and promote the homegrown economic models. The Ministry of Agriculture of Tanzania mainland should collaborate with the Ministry of Agriculture in Zanzibar when preparing various reports. And Tanzania needs to prepare and implement subsidy system which facilitate farmers, especially on seeds, fertilizers, and agricultural inputs. Recommendations of stakeholders to Eala, that is from Tanzania. Eala to provide oversight over the ESC Regional Agriculture Investment Plan and ensure that the second biannual report is discussed at national level and the ESC level, including the summit. This is the one which is in the offing by 2020. Institutionalize the agricultural budgetary hearings between Eala and national stakeholders and make it an annual event culminating in the ESC Agricultural Budget Summit. Coordinate with partner states and the ESC Secretariat to spearhead the establishment of the East Africa Agriculture and Food Security Commission to spearhead issues of agricultural transformation and food security in the region. Eala to ensure that the draft of ESC Seed and Plant Variety Bill 2018 does not erode national and smallholder farmers' sovereignty over seeds, and that farmers should be given opportunity to debate its relevance before it is tabled to Eala. East African community should address the problem of barriers to intra-regional trade in all agricultural products. Urge all ESC partner states that have not ratified the East African Protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary to do so in order to improve the production and trade of agricultural produce in the region. Urge the Council of Ministers to invest in building the technical capacity of more ESC policy negotiators at continental and global level, and promote joint planning between the Minister of ESC Affairs and Minister of Agriculture and Minister of Trade of specific ESC member states to better trade policy negotiations. Urge the Council of Ministers to direct partner states to allocate more resources to training and research. Urge all the ESC partner states to domesticate the AU resolution on organic agriculture and support the East African Ecological Organic Agriculture initiatives. The challenges the committee encountered during the undertaking of this activity. The following are some of the challenges the committee encountered during undertaking this activity. Members of the National Assembly for the Republic of Tanzania, Republic of Kenya, Republic of South Sudan did not participate when the committee was undertaking this activity. This activity took place when the partner states were in an advanced stage of preparation of their national budget. That when by March, most of the budgetary provisions are already in the detailed midway of prioritization. Some key stakeholders are not giving priority to the activities of the committees of Eala because the Assembly does not provide them with the transport allowances to reimburse their transport costs. So when we go to these activities, we go with just facilitating the seating and everything, whereas the counterpart organs of the institutions of ESC, when they invite and organize similar activities, they have to facilitate the members who attend with the transport. So we should take note of this as a big challenge to us. Observations and findings of the committee. Agriculture is the backbone of all economies of East African community, and it is the sector that employs the majority of the citizens of the partner states, and it is the source of food for the entire region. The region has all the potential for the production of food, for our consumption, and for export. The following are some of the issues the committee observed during the undertaking of the activity. The committee noted that despite its potential, the agricultural sector has been growing slowly over the years and continues to attract limited funding from government, far below the continental benchmark of 10%. Partner states that do not have action plans for attaining the 10% budgetary allocation to the sector. A roadmap should be designed. Otherwise, it will be a walking and talking for us. We go and talk and come back. Dependence on weather does not guarantee sustainable development of the agricultural sector in the region. Majority of the people engaged in agriculture in all partner states are small-scale farmers, including women and youth, who do not control most of the available resources. Stakeholders are concerned with the draft ESC Seed and Plant Variety Bill 2018 because they are not involved in its development. There are barriers to intra-regional trade in agricultural inputs and produce, which is a big disincentive to farmers and causes hunger in some of the parts of the community where there is plenty of food without market in other parts of at the same time. Young people are losing interest in and appetite with agricultural activities, a situation that, if not addressed, threatens the sustainability of the sector. Partner states need to develop a working framework for involvement of stakeholders in the national budgetary process to discuss budgetary allocation and priorities in the agricultural sector. Many people in the community are expecting Eala to put more effort to promote the integration agenda and to interact with other organs of the institutions of the community. Domestication and implementation of the Malabo Declaration is the right way to go for the EAC partner states. Recommendations. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Committee of Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources makes the following recommendation. The Council of Ministers to direct partner states to develop a multi-year action plan that is mandatory for a progressive enhancement of the budget allocation for agricultural sector with the target of reaching the agreed 10%. The Council of Ministers to direct partner states to consider the report and implement all recommendations, including the partner state-specific recommendation contained in this report. Partner states to institutionalize the process of consultation with stakeholders in the budget processes, especially stakeholders in the agricultural sector and related sectors. The Council of Ministers should put a mechanism on the removal of all tariffs and non-tariff barriers to the agricultural-related trade. Partner states to embark on funding agroecological agriculture that is sustainable, promotes diversity, preserves and promotes local seeds varieties, and community-owned improved seeds, preserves agrobiodiversity, soil, water, and living organisms. Partner states should commit to reduce poverty by half by sustaining annual growth, agricultural growth by at least 6%, and create job opportunities to at least 30% of the youth in the agricultural sector. The Council of Ministers to consult with key stakeholders, especially small-scale farmers, to receive their commitments on the draft EAC seed and plant variety bill 2018 before the bill is tabled at the Assembly. The EAC partner states domesticate the AU resolution on organic agriculture and support the East African ecological organic agriculture initiatives. The Council of Ministers to direct all partner states that have not ratified the East African Sanitary and Phytosanitary Protocol to ratify it. The Council of Ministers to establish the EAC Agriculture and Food Security Commission. The partner states to employ mechanisms that attract youth and young people to engage in the agricultural sector. This should go together with strategies to attract more enrollment in the agriculture and related courses and modernization of agriculture. The national assemblies of the partner states should take action to ensure that partner states increase their budget allocation to the agricultural sector for the purpose of reaching 10% commitment under the Malabo Declaration. Right Honourable Speaker, Eala should, through the Committee of Agriculture and Natural Resources, should institutionalize the engagement of the committee with the committees responsible for agriculture of the national assemblies of the partner states. Partner states should invest and involve small-scale farmers in the applied research in the agricultural sector. Eala should strengthen its oversight role on agriculture and other sectors, and Eala need to consider providing transport allowances to stakeholders who participate in the activities of the committees when we are in the partner states. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you so much for giving us space to present this report verbatim. I thank my members of the committee for the total commitment we undertook, and I want to appeal to this House to give food the necessary attention, because some of us have 5 meals a day, and the question is how many East Africans have 3 meals a day. I rest my case. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kasamba. Honourable members, I now propose the question that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources with the stakeholders on budgetary enhancement in the agricultural sector be adopted. Debate is open. Honorable Nya, Honorable Fatuma, Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Rubijema, Honorable Mary, Honorable Claude, Honorable Francoise. Honorable, after Honorable Nya, it will be Honorable Dr. Makame, then Honorable Fatuma, and we will proceed like that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate this report. And also thank you for debate to be the first one to be debate. And it seems you have considered those who are fasting who have no chance to remain here.
Yes, I confirm that I have considered that.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I have to declare my interest that I belong to this committee. So this report is also mine, and of course I support this report. And therefore, I'll have only some comments regarding the reports, and also I'll have some advices regarding methodology and regarding your office when we conduct this partner states meetings around on all partner states. Mr. Speaker, regarding methodology, among stakeholders, when we visited the different capitals, whom we were supposed to meet them are the legislatures from the national parliament. From my group, whereby I was in Dodoma and Nairobi, I have to confess that the national members of parliament in Dar es Salaam, in Dodoma and in Nairobi, they were not around. They didn't join us, and this is because of different reasons. And therefore, there were some important questions which we failed to ask because they are the only ones who are involved in planning and who have in a budgetary process, and therefore we failed to ask that chance. So some other questions we had, it was not possible to be answered. So I would advise your office, next time when you plan these meetings in different partner states, the communication from your office to the office of National Parliament should be properly communicated in order that we should not miss this chance of meeting our comrades from national parliaments. Honorable Speaker, number two, what we have discovered in these meetings with stakeholders, that the figures, they differ, what we received from Dodoma, what we received from Nairobi, what we received from Juba, from Kigali, and Bujumbura. There was some deviation with the figures. There were very important figures which it would be much better for comparison of different things to get the same figures in different capitals. But unfortunately, there were deviation on all these figures. Uniformity is therefore very important for that information which we were expecting to receive or to get from Dodoma. The same information we should get from Nairobi, same information should get from all other capitals. So uniformity, it was very, very important, and unfortunately in this visit we missed this proper uniformity. There was some information, yes, we received, but some of the information not. For example, in the case of Rwanda, we have all the figures that the budget for the country and for the budget for agriculture. We received. And then it was very easy to calculate the percentage and compare with the Malabo Declaration that in the year so-and-so, we had, the Rwanda had this percentage, the percentage of contribution of agriculture's budget in that country. In the year so-and-so, it was like this. So there was a trend which can be easily seen. But that trend, it was impossible to get in Dodoma and in Nairobi. I'm talking about the case where the countries where I visited, and my colleague will maybe can confirm about other countries. It was mentioned, for instance, in Tanzania, that we were informed that agricultural sector budget comprises many ministries and departments, including Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Livestock, Fisheries, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, President's Office. So who was to ask if the members of parliament or from the national parliament, they were around, they are the ones who would combine and know all the budget from all those ministries and to have the total budget, such that we could actually confirm that it was 3% or 5%, or maybe it was more than percent. The same applies to Nairobi. They located agriculture in different ministries, and in the counties, they have in the counties also, apart from the national budget. So maybe also they have exceeded 10%, maybe they are less than, who knows. Then to get this proper figure, they really needs the proper communication and the proper uniformity. Otherwise, we cannot compare and really know that which country among the partner states is really following the Malabo declaration properly and which country is lagging behind. So this information for the future visit, we should communicate it properly. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 3, that the declaration of Malabo, which has targeted that by 2025 there are about 7 things to be targeted, and among those 7, that is ending hunger by 2025. Since that in 2014, during this Malabo declaration, 6 years has already passed, and what we are remaining is only about 6.5 years. And we have seen regarding the eradication of hunger by 2025, and we have seen recently, even in 2018, what happened in Kenya. People, they were starving. To create the job opportunity, at least 30% in agricultural sector. Malabo declaration was done here in Africa. Unfortunately, some countries in Europe, they are practicing this rather than we in Africa. We have seen that in Italy, the young people now, they are engaging themselves in agriculture more than in Africa, in a very big percentage. There is no really how much, we don't know yet in East Africa, that how many young people are involved in agriculture in Tanzania, how many are engaged in Nairobi. I don't know how this Banyal report has been explained in the detail about this, but we can always see that the jobless among the youth, the number is increasing in percentage. So by 2025, if we really do not put our effort more, we shall not realize this goal that we have achieved, that we have at least 30%. Mr. Speaker, during our discussion in this report, there was a lot of discussion regarding the GDP of 36%, how it was realized. We differed, some of us in the committee. Now, I have discovered that if we had this everything in tabular form, we tabulated everything, it would be easy for all of members to differentiate between partner states. And if the figures were given in a uniform way, I said, for example, we have seen that Uganda, the GDP has been mentioned at 25. Kenya has been mentioned at 31.3. Burundi, 34.2. United Republic of Tanzania, 30. Rwanda, 33. South Sudan, 34.5. So total has been stated that 36 in average. But actually, in average, if you count that, it will be actually 30.7, the average GDP in the region in East Africa, not 36 actually. So this is because of the reason that the GDP in some countries is given in 2016, some countries in 2017, some countries in 2015. There is no uniformity. So that means the average we have received here is not a proper figure. If we had uniformity, the GDP in Uganda 2025 is this, in 2016 was this, 2017 was this, same as all partner states, then we could be in the position to know exactly. But just to, we have scattered data, it is very not possible to really compare and correlate the situation. Mr. Speaker, regarding the scores, Uganda has 4.5 scores. Kenya has 5.8 scores, according to Banyan reports, or Banyan Review reports. Burundi has got 4.7. United Republic of Tanzania is 3.1, and Rwanda is 6.1. So you will see Tanzania, we are the lowest, or Tanzania is the lowest. And this is giving the reason behind that. According to the United Republic of Tanzania, the score was 3.1. That means it was below the target of 3.94. We did very bad in Tanzania. But can easily explain that it was because the budget trend was 3% during the Malabo. By then it was increased up to 7.6 in 2011. 3.6, it dropped to 3.6 in 2017. So if the budget dropped to 3.6 from 7.6 to 3.6, definitely the scores shall be low, 3.1. That can be easily explained. But contrary to Republic of Burundi now, they have the score of 4.7. If you see, the budget has increased from Burundi from 2015 by 11.7. That means more than this 10% of Malabo. To 2016, 12.3. To 2017, 10.4, and dropped in 2018 by 9.6. But however, the scores then should be expected to be more than 6, but they had the score of 4.7. And if you come to Rwanda, which had a score of 6.1, you cannot find this trend of the budgetary. So, Honorable Speaker, all in all, that this report, in order that your August House to compare the execution of Malabo Declaration, it would be better to have the uniformity of the data in all partner states. This is very important, and that's why maybe we passed this bill for Bureau of Statistics. This is very important, and a better communication from your office next time in all partner states to have the similarity, uniformity in data. Then we'll be in position to really find out what is happening in the region. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Honorable Munya. Dr. Makame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this report on the Committee of Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources. And Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I'd like to just say that I concur with this report. I support it. And before I start commenting, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the incoming new member of the East African Legislative Assembly, who is not here today with us, but this goes in the answer, the Honorable Professor Palamagamba John Kabudi, for joining this assembly and for being appointed the Minister of Foreign Affairs and EAC Affairs in the United Republic of Tanzania. Mr. Speaker, likewise, I'd like to commend this committee for the detailed submission of its report. Actually, the report is very elaborate, and it has a lot of information, and it has also strong recommendations that we have to really implement if we are to move together as a community, because this sector, as rightly stated by the chairperson of the committee, is a very important sector. It's a sector that contributes to a greater portion of our GDP, but also we know that more than 80% of the population in EAC resides in the rural areas, and predominantly they depend on agriculture for their subsistence. So it's very important that we support this sector. Mr. Speaker, I observed in the signatories of the report, there are 18 members and 6 signatures are missing. We know one is for Ms. Honorable Opoka, who is not with us, but 5 signatures are not there. And we, in normal circumstances, we would see where they're missing, then maybe is there a minority report coming, and if not, then we'd really like the members to be, to cooperate in the committee and offer their signatures. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the issue of Malabo, the Malabo Declaration requires African countries to spend at least 10% of their budget on agriculture. And most countries are trying to achieve that. But technically, when we got I was at some time looking at the agricultural sector, and we were told that you don't look only at the budget for the Ministry of Agriculture, because the activities of agriculture are not only undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture. Sometimes you have a different ministry for water and irrigation. Sometimes you have a different ministry for fisheries and livestock. And also those are agriculture. But also for the necessary infrastructure that would make agricultural products to move from where they are produced to where they should be consumed or they should be processed, to the industries and other things. So I'm not sure whether the committee really focused and looked at that pervasive environment. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, was really keen to look to scrutinize the document and see whether the committee was informed about existence of an action plan on food security. There's a food security action plan of the East African Community, which was adopted by the summit in 2009. And unfortunately, it was not there. So maybe the committee can look for that, and after looking at that, maybe see how the community is faring in implementation of the food security action plan. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd really like to thank the chairperson, because at one point we had an exchange with regards to the seed and plant varieties bill, and that there were some concerns from some stakeholders, and he really took that note and reflected that in his report. For that, Mr. Speaker, I support the report submitted by the chairperson of the committee, and I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makame. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice to congratulate the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources under its able leadership for a very brilliant report. I agree with recommendations and the observations of the report, and I would like to say that I support the report. Having said that, I also wanted to say that agriculture, as already alluded to, is a critical sector in all the 6 partner states. When you look at the figures, the GDP contribution in all these countries, starting from Burundi, 34.2%, Kenya, 31.3%, Uganda, 25%, Rwanda, 33%, Tanzania, 30%. But again, if you look at the people who are employed in the agriculture sector, it's between 70 to 72%. Then you look at the contribution of this important sector when it comes to the trade and exports. Again, it's a very big percentage. For example, I was looking at the figures, the recent figures in Rwanda, where in the fiscal year 2017-2018, Rwanda was able to out of the exports was able to generate 515.9 million. And if you compare with the figures of 2016-2017, it's a big increment of about 44.7%. And I'm sure this sector in all these countries, as already said, is contributing greatly to poverty reduction, to job creation, to nutrition. And therefore, to me, this is the mother sector for the region. But the controversy here is that the investments in this sector are still very low. Malabo Declaration has given us the direction at least to aim at 10%, but all the countries, including Rwanda, that is doing better, around 6.8%, they are all below 10%. And according to the report, we are not clearly shown how countries are coming up with a clear roadmap on how they are going to reach this target. So I have only one contribution to make, and this is really an emphasis to the Council of Ministers, that since this is a key sector, a driver for the transformation of our region, then it is logical that we should invest heavily in this sector. Because you cannot talk about industrialization in this region without really focusing on agriculture, industrialization. You cannot talk about anything without focusing on agriculture. So I really wanted to urge the Council of Ministers to prioritize this sector, priority not only on paper, but to be seen that there is at least an increase of budget in this sector per partner country at least every year. And there should be a roadmap that guides this. In addition to that, there should be a very clear institutional framework. It could be somewhere under the DSG in charge of productive sectors, but we should know whether there is a directorate in charge of that or any institution that is following closely on this important sector. Because if we really want to advance as a region, agriculture is the way to go. The final comment is on the Malabo Declaration. I just wanted to get clarification from the chairperson of the committee, whether you have indicators of the Malabo Declaration and whether countries are abiding by these indicators in the national planning process. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I once again support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. Honorable Wijema.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. I'm a member of this committee, and I start by thanking you, Right Honorable Speaker, for organizing this activity, and it has been very, very wonderful. And I congratulate the chair, Honorable Kasamba Matthias, who is really an agro processing in the business as a model. I am also a farmer, but he is far from me. And I congratulate the members of our committee because they did really a very good job. Right Honorable Speaker, let me focus on two things, because we Rwanda and Burundian members come in Rwanda, and Rwanda went to Burundi. And I wanted to thank our ministers in charge of EAC, because the preparation, the invitation to the stakeholders were really very, very well done. We were with many people, many civil society organizations, farmers organizations, and even what was not done in in the United Republic of Tanzania and Kenya, we got many members of the parliament in Rwanda and in Burundi for almost the same committee or commission. And the stakeholders were many. And the interface discussions were really very enthusiastic. And I was given a sentiment, right, Honorable Speaker, if it will be possible also to have also plenary session in the country soon or later, but it will be very interesting. Right, Honorable Speaker, you know very well that the agriculture is the backbone of EAC economy. It has more than 36% of the region GDP. And despite of the importance of our agriculture, we have the poverty level which is still very high. I think what has been said by some of my colleagues, it is not perhaps the small land, but to have the low productivity. I don't think so. If some of my colleagues have visited Israel, it is a small state, but it exports potatoes, exports tomatoes, and the soil as it is not a fertilized soil. That means there is a policy, there is a sensitization, and there is a support. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think we have to see how to sensitize our citizens, because they don't know how to get access to the market. They don't know how to get access to the credit. And they don't know even how to use or to get access to the new technology, to use irrigation and so on. And I think if we as an assembly, we can see how to install what I can call a week of Malabo Declaration implementation, and at the same time an opportunity for oversight activity also, and we can join our colleague member of national parliament and then descend and try to be closer to the population and to exchange, because we make activity of sensitization, focusing our effort through many other aspects of activity within the region. When I take the treaty, for example, Honorable Speaker, you take from Article 105 to 1010, it's very explicit, where you find everything in details in which we can focus our activity. Either when the matter of seed multiplication, distribution, livestock multiplication, distribution, plant and animal diseases control, irrigation, water catchment management, and so on, and until the food security. There are some different aspects. There are almost 6 articles, very well detailed. We can really, perhaps we get problem if we encounter again some limitation because of financial problem, but we can install really a week of sensitization in this field of agriculture in all aspects as it is mentioned in our treaty. Right, Honorable Speaker, I support this report, and I thank the chair because the report was really well elaborated and full of strong recommendation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Rwijema. Honorable Mary. Honorable Rwijema, your microphone is still on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to start by declaring my interest. I am a member of this committee, so I own the report in its entirety. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank you and the leadership of this Parliament for facilitating us as a committee to visit the agricultural sector and conduct this work. I actually realized that we need to have more interface with our members of Parliament, the agricultural sectors in general, so that even when we enact laws here, we are informed of their relevance because we will know where our people are and where the sector is. The Agricultural Committee has been very busy indeed, and I want to thank the chair who does not rest until something is done, not only in agriculture, but even in the committee that he leads. So it's like even if we are not doing anything, even on the group chat, we are just too busy. And that is the nature of the Honorable Kasamba. So thank you for your good leadership and for presenting this report. Mr. Speaker, it was a pleasure to interact with the agricultural sectors, and I had the opportunity to be in Uganda and in South Sudan. The issues are not really very different, and even reading what came out of the other countries, you realize that issues are similar. For example, I am not sure of how to gauge the impact of investing in agriculture on the poverty levels. For example, creation of jobs, reduction in hunger, and sometimes I would want to see figures that can show me over time, as more and more investment was put in agriculture, did that translate into clear results that are measurable? Did we see more jobs? Did we see less people hungry? So we need to find better tools. And if we find that we have invested more and nothing much has been done in terms of reducing those indicators that are showing poverty, then we need to find another route through which we can improve on how we invest in agriculture. For example, when we go to these countries, we still find the majority of our people really holding hoes and tilling the land. And you can see, yes, some equipment is coming on board. Factories and processing plants are coming in to add value. But is that part of the 10% that we expect to put in agriculture? Is that part of the 10% that we are looking at, or that is different? And of course, value addition is mainly in the hands of the private sector. But even then, the private sector also needs to be encouraged and supported in order to add value to agriculture, which then will provoke more production, provide markets, get more value from the sector, and so on. So we were not able to get our hands to those figures to be able to gauge the impact of more investment in the agricultural sector. As far as, and I remember asking these questions even when we were discussing reports from other countries all over, how has increment in this investment in agriculture, translated in fighting poverty, for example, or creating jobs. Then another area of concern is the interest of our young people in the agricultural sector. Clearly, you find that there are less graduates of agriculture coming out of our colleges and universities. There are less young people taking interest in the agricultural sector. So pretty much it is business as usual. It was not interesting at my time, at our time. It is still not interesting to those who are educated to go into the agricultural sector. And yet, the agricultural sector is getting modernized, or it needs modernization in order to achieve the goals that we are looking at. So the question is, how do we attract interest of the young people, of the people who are educated, of those who are still in schools, to actually focus on agriculture and be willing to go back to the rural areas where agriculture is located. Then there is the whole issue of new seeds and holding on, communities holding on to their own, their known seeds. You find that there is fear of the new seeds that are not known. There are all sorts of theories. I actually think that that is why, for example, the report from the Tanzanian group clearly says that the Seed and Plant Varieties Bill 2018 of the East African Legislative Assembly, legislated here, they have not assented to it because they have questions about it, the farmers themselves, because they are not sure about these new seeds that are coming in, and they are more sure and feel more secure with their traditional seeds. Partly it could be lack of awareness, so we need to intensify campaigns and sensitization and awareness about new technology, new developments, new seeds, new varieties, so that our people can embrace them. And sometimes, indeed, rightly so, they have been disappointed when they have embraced new technologies and it has disappointed them. So there we need to, again, focus on how do we prove to our people that the new varieties we are bringing them are proved to be better and can be relied on better than the traditional seeds that they have always planted for generations. I think, Mr. Speaker, I'll stop it there because there are so many things that one could comment on. Given other people an opportunity, because you can almost comment on lack of credit, extension services that are not clear, irrigation is coming out in some countries, the fertilizer use, and really there is a need to support our own research departments so that we are producing our own varieties that are homegrown, but also we are coming up with technologies that our farmers can access and are affordable, so that we are moving from the use of the hoe and the grinding stone and so on, and we are using technologies that are affordable even at the village level. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mary. Honorable Francois.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor to address this august assembly. It's a great opportunity as a member of this committee to support this report. This report, I may say that it was not a smooth running activity, as we had to interface with the various stakeholders in our respective partner states. And I commend all of them for their inputs, commitment to make sure EAC as a region and its people that are people-centered are promoted to the best of this region through agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, on 20th October 2016, the third Eala members of this committee, the same committee, passed the Zanzibar resolution on Malabo, calling for EAC countries to speedily implement the 7 goals, also called thematic of areas of performance. We were given this booklet, all members, where we can find this resolution and the way it is well stated for the commitment, even for the creation of the institution Honorable Kasamba is moving as a motion today. The only problem I may highlight here is the problem of underfunding of this sector. Starting by giving some examples, according to the 4th EAC Agriculture Budget Summit held here in this chamber on 10th May 2019, with the theme of promoting an inclusive farmer-centered agriculture budget process and towards fulfilling Malabo Declaration goals. Small farmers, with their leaders at the regional level, they petitioned the East African Community Bloc, but also they are ready to petition the head of state. Their petition was handed in officially to the office of the clerk and also to the secretariat. And allow me to let the members know that I got an opportunity to be part of the petition because I signed this engagement. And I believe some members also may be from the committee have taken the same engagement to be supporters to these farmers for the goodness of this region. And also, the agriculture budget, in order to fight hunger, more than 700,000 people signed and 200 signed online. Officials of the Eastern and Southern Africa Small-Scale Farmers Forum, ESAF, insisted in the petition that EAC head of state should at least operationalize the agriculture investment banks. This is the way to try to overcome or to support the issue of lack of funding, given that farmers will be given friendly credits, and small-scale farmers, especially women and youth, and also poor men in rural areas, would be supported under Goal 4 of Malabo commitment that can be found in the report, page 4. Point D, commitment to halving poverty by 2025 through inclusive agricultural growth and transformation, and sustain annual sector growth in agricultural GDP at least 6%. By talking of inclusiveness, by talking of both youth, and in the report, the initiative was taken by the partner state to include also women, because it was needed. Allow me also to commend the chairman of the Committee of Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, here present, Honorable Kasamba, for having taken the initiative on behalf of all members, also to urge the EAC governments to honor their commitment to Malabo Declaration in 2014 on ensuring agricultural growth and food security across the region. Mr. Speaker, as far as East African community is concerned, the same issue of underfunding for agricultural sector was confirmed also last year by the DSG in charge of production and the social sector, Honorable Christopher Bazivamo, during one of our committee meetings. And allow me to quote, "It's true that the agricultural sector is underfunded. We are frustrated by not being funded, yet the agriculture sector is an important sector that have more than 80% of population. We need to give it more emphasis." End of quotation. I also had an opportunity to read through a concept noted by the Director of Productive Sector at EAC region, Mr. Jean-Baptiste Havugimana, highlighting some issues that needed the tangible interventions not covered in the draft budget for financial year 2019-2020. And in 2016, the third Eala, bypassing the Zanzibar resolution on Malabo Declaration, the Assembly urged the tripartite, that the tripartite being said as EAC, SADC, and COMESA, they were urging members of states to allocate at least 10% of their national budget to the agricultural sector. But my question was, as it is the tripartite, I'm wondering how should be the situation at the EAC level as a region. I tried to go through the same concept note by the director, and I found that this sector is generally supported by development partners. This puts the sector under pressure always and under total dependence on the funders, because the impact is that they are always influenced by the interests of the funders. Hence, what was planned in the EAC strategic plan is not followed on. It's a big problem. If there is a way this sector can be funded through the budget from partner states, it can help a lot, because the concept note is showing that only 7% or sometimes 1% yearly is being allocated to this sector. The other part is donor funded, that is not well also budgeted for or allocated for. And what I can also recall here, having said that, is that in the draft budget for financial year, funds allocated to productive sector from partner state contribution are estimated to a total of USD 254,300 out of a total partner state contribution to the EAC budget of US dollars 57,039,602, meaning 0.25% of the budget by partner states. Before I submit, I would like to commend also from this report the Parliament of Rwanda, from the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Development and Environment, for their attendance, their contribution, but also for their commitment to continue to monitor the implementation of Malabo Declaration, to make sure laws in place are followed and facilitate the attainment of the agreed Malabo Declaration goals without putting aside also the strategic plan for agriculture transformation. Mr. Speaker, as I'm ending up, it is clear that engaging the national parliament is the way to go, to make sure we are working as a team. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Francois. So finally, Honorable Claude. I hope this is functioning now. Yesterday it was misleading me. Is it? Is it on time? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the floor. I would like to start by thanking the committee and its able chair, Honorable Kasamba, for the work well done and coming up with a very good report like this one we are talking about here. I have a very few contributions in this report. First of all, starting from the number of citizens employed in this sector, let me use the example of Uganda, where 70% of people, of citizens of Uganda are employed in the agriculture sector, but the budget of 3.5% is allocated to it. This is statistically it is not fair, but economically you will also have to look at the return on investment in this agriculture sector. Some investors fear to invest in this sector because you cannot predict what you will have, what you will gain. And because of some disasters in this sector, that is why some investors fear, even the youth also don't see interest in this agriculture sector. Talking about that, you have also to recognize that countries also are different in the way they are structured, the available land to be utilized in agriculture sector. Like for South Sudan, only 3.524% of land is used in agriculture. So this gives or shows a real gap which exists, which can be also an opportunity for investors to exploit and gain much more than when you consider countries like Rwanda, where you still have the irrigable land and the land, the available land to be utilized in agriculture is very limited. But there is still opportunities because we can use intensive methods to increase the productivity in that sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, I tried to gather some statistics from the World Integrated Trade Solution, which is a system used by the World Trade Organization. I tried to search for some statistics regarding imports of food products in sub-Saharan region. Almost 11 million US dollars are spent on imports of food products into sub-Saharan Africa. This is a great loss. We are not only importing highly processed food products, you also import cereals from Brazil, cereals from India, from Spain and the other countries. This is a shame to us, while we are still having a free land we can utilize to maximize the production, while we still have we have the capacity to invest in that agriculture sector so that we can increase the return and create more jobs for youth and all the citizens of East African community. For the exports of food products to the outside the region, we are still having problems because even though we can have a surplus in some of the countries, like Uganda, sometimes they have a surplus in maize, surplus in other agricultural produce, but still the produce in agriculture from our region is still incompetent compared to the global market. It is incompetent in the way that the subsidies we are providing in that sector is still enough compared to the European subsidies they provide to farmers, like subsidies in Israel, they provide to farmers. We are still behind. That is why our produce is incompetent to the global market. We are not providing enough subsidies. It goes with the investment we are using, or the budget we are utilizing in agriculture sector, which is still low. That is why even the subsidies, the infrastructures, irrigation system is still weak. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to go to some of the things which have been talked about in this report. We still have gaps in meteorology and weather forecast. I believed we can get more produce if we invest in this sector, so that we can provide enough information to farmers, which can help them to know the real time or the good time to cultivate. And we should also invest more in the value chain, industries processing agricultural produce, so that we can also have an increased number of jobs, sustainable jobs from this sector. I had some, when we were in the sensitization period, in sensitization session in Rwanda, some of the stakeholders told us that there was a project, I don't know whether it is still going on, of building a system of sharing information on in the region on agricultural produce, the amount and the prices, so that it can easy and guide trade among partner states. And I would like to hear from the Council of Ministers whether this system is available. It was a project, an ongoing project. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have centers of excellence. We have centers of excellence in cancer. We have centers of excellence in health. We have a center of excellence. A center of excellence in agricultural research, so that we can have new seeds, because we are still importing seeds from outside the region. We have a center of excellence in agricultural sector, which can help us to improve our seeds we use in agriculture. Thirdly, it is said in this report that there is a sanitary and phytosanitary protocol, which some of the partner states have not yet ratified to. I would like to hear from the Council of Ministers, what is the process? What are they doing about that? Because this can help to fight pests and protect human, animal, and plants' health. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't have much to say about this, but we need to invest heavily in this sector, a sector which employs more than 70% of population, must have also a proportional, highly amount of the budget in the national budgets of our partner states. I would like to conclude by supporting this report. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Claude. Any intervention from the Council, just in case? If there is no intervention from the... Sorry? On this report, if you are ready, if you are not, I can go back to the chair to sum up, and we conclude this item.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Council welcomes the debate on budgetary enhancement in the agriculture sector And the Council is aware that agriculture is the backbone of most economies in the EAC, and as such accords serious importance to discussions relating to budgetary enhancement in this critical sector. During the 38th meeting of the Council, the agriculture sector was given an additional 180,000 US dollars from the General Reserve Fund to implement critical activities for the community. Only recently, Mr. Speaker, sir, again at the 38th ordinary meeting of the Council, concluded just last Friday on 10th of May 2019, the Council of Ministers considered matters of agriculture. In particular, the Council noted that the 12th meeting of the Sectoral Council on Agriculture and Food Security held on 7th December 2018 in Arusha, Tanzania, reviewed the progress made in implementing the previous Council and Sectoral Council directives and decisions, and considered other issues of regional importance in the areas of agriculture and food security. The implementation of those directives is bound to inevitably impact positively on budgetary enhancement in the agriculture sector, and Council is following them closely. Related to the foregoing, in June 2018, the Secretariat convened a meeting of experts and regional stakeholders to review and enrich the draft EAC seed and plant varieties bill. The meeting also provided an opportunity to share lessons and experiences from similar harmonization initiatives in COMESA and SADC. Comments generated during the meeting were incorporated in the revised draft seed and plant varieties bill. Subsequently, the Secretariat convened a regional meeting of EAC partner states and key stakeholders on 30th of August to 1st September 2018, which validated and provided inputs to the draft seed and plant varieties bill. The Council has now referred the draft EAC seed and plant varieties bill to the Sectoral Council on Legal and Judicial Affairs for legal input, and the report is due at the 39th meeting of the Council, which will convene in the course of the year, and consultations on the bill continue. Council will therefore, in the near future, initiate in this Assembly an EAC seed and plant varieties bill. The EAC bill is part of ongoing efforts to bring about regional harmonization of seed and plant varieties protection laws in the East African region. Eala will also have the opportunity, when debating this bill, to propose entry points for further budgetary enhancement in the agriculture sector. The Council is therefore keen on matters of agriculture and will study all the recommendations proposed by members during this debate to ascertain how best to enhance budgetary support to the agriculture sector in the community in line with the Malabo Declaration. Mr. Speaker, sir, I submit.
I thank you very much. Honorable Kasamba, briefly, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Council Chair, allow me to take this opportunity to thank members who have complimented the very important report we undertook on behalf of the House. And I would like to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving us space to make sure that this report is given the necessary attention. Thank you, members, and I would like to make my total commitment that as a committee, we shall continue to work with the membership of the August Assembly, and we would like to appeal to the Council and the Council members that agriculture, given the fact that it's the backbone of the economy of the regions of East Africa, it needs extra more attention in as far as financing, in as far as harmonizing policies, and in as far as the standardizing food trading within the region, and making sure that we put even in place institutional framework on a day-to-day basis if nobody can miss a meal a day, we are going to celebrate 20 years down the road. We don't have an institutional framework which looks at agriculture, livestock, fisheries, environment, to ensure that all the policies in place are well taken care of. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank members, Honourable Munya, for having complimented Honourable
Munya.
Honourable Engineer Munya.
Yeah.
Honourable Munya. Honourable Makame Ablai. Honourable Ambassador Fatuma. Honourable Jema Perez-Lestin. Honourable Mayor Mujeni. Honourable Owomukiza Francoise, and then Honourable Jean-Claude. As I conclude, I want to reinstate that as a committee, we are going to push and push until we see agriculture gets the necessary attention at all levels, at national level, at household level, but more so, more of us who are responsible in the trusteeship of the national transformation of our partner states to ensure that there is no hunger, the youth are taken back to agriculture. I thank you, Right Honourable, and I thank members, those who presented and those who listened, that the question of agriculture should be put where it deserves. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Kasamba. Honourable members, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources with the stakeholders on budgetary enhancement in the agricultural sector be adopted. May those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honourable Kasamba and members of the committee for this undertaking, and I want to thank the Council also for a response which shows the level of preparation before you came here, and for a very timely presence of Dr. Tumaini, whom I introduced earlier. So the fact that we still have him in the gallery on the day we are debating this it's a very good coincidence, if it is, but it's a very good timing. So I thank you very much.
We proceed to item number 5, motion for a resolution of the Assembly urging Council with the ministers to expedite the introduction of the climate change bill in the Assembly by way of motion.
Honorable Dr. Woda Jeremiah.
Thank you, Right Honourable. Right Honourable Speaker, I raise to move a motion under Article 49.2 and 59.1 of the Treaty and Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. I beg to move.
Seconders? Honorable Mariam, Honorable Florence, Honorable Gideon, all the members standing. Honorable Woda, Dr. Woda.
Motion for the resolution of the Assembly urging the Council of Ministers to expedite the introduction of the climate change bill in the Assembly. Whereas the ESC Council of Ministers adopted the East Africa Community Climate Change Policy in 2011 with the aim of addressing the adverse effect of climate change and providing strategies for responding to its negative impact both at the national and regional levels. And whereas the climate change is globally recognized as the change of climate attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of global atmosphere, which is in addition to natural climate variability observed over comparable periods. Recognizing that the economies of the ESC partner states are generally dependent on the climate-sensitive natural resources, have high poverty level, coupled with low adaptive capacities, and the livelihood of the both urban and rural populations are highly vulnerable to climate variability and change, this being the basis for the ESC Council to give rise to the aforementioned policy. Aware that the ESC Council of Ministers has since the adoption of the policy being developing a bill to guide partner states and other stakeholders on the preparation and implementation of the collective measures to mitigate the negative effect of climate change in the region as long-term solution for sustainable social and economic development. Concern, however, that the climate change bill has for a long time never been adopted by the Council, nor has it ever been presented to the Assembly to debate and enactment. Further concern that any delay in presenting the bill to the Assembly for the debate and enactment is constraining and frustrating the efforts of the community to deal with the adverse effect of climate change and adversely affecting the livelihood of our people and the environment. Deeply concerned that the adverse effect of climate change aggravated by increasing average global temperatures are a threat to the livelihood of people in almost all sectors of the economies of the ESC partner states, leading to severe drought, floods, and indeed extreme weather conditions associated with the El Niño Southern Oscillation, occurring with greater frequency and intensity, thus affecting food security in the community and also threatening to undo decades of economic development, while at the same time frustrating efforts geared towards poverty eradication programs in all partner states. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Assembly as follows: that in accordance with the Article 49(1) and 2(d) of the treaty, the Assembly urges the ESC Council of Ministers to expedite the development of the climate change bill and introduce it in the Assembly for debate and enactment. That if ESC Council doesn't introduce the bill in the Assembly before the end of this year, any member may introduce the bill as a private member's bill. That the Council move to establish a regional institutional structure to coordinate climate change initiatives, strengthen climate change resilience, and coordinate international and regional input to global climate change agenda and treaties. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Wada. Is there any additional justification you want to give?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to start and say that climate change is real. It's really affecting our communities. It's affecting our partner states directly or indirectly. Right, Honorable Speaker, this country, Tanzania, where our headquarters is, merely escaped the cyclone Kenneth, which hit Mozambique, and I really condole with the people of Mozambique for their lost life and their lost properties because of this cyclone. Right, Honorable Speaker, all the partner states are being affected by the adverse effect of climate change. I have presented a paper in which I've highlighted the adverse effect of climate change on all the 6 partner states. And also I've given for the honorable members so that they be aware of the initiative which has been done by by the ESC and by the Assembly. But I really urge the Council of Ministers that this is the high time we have our own bill for climate change. Tanzania, even right now, is facing a lot of floods because of the effect of the winds of the cyclone. Mozambique is still facing it. It's not one of the partner states, but also the other partner states. Uganda also is facing landslide, is facing drought and floods in some of the areas. South Sudan, where I come from, is facing a lot of temperature, increase in temperature because of the illegal logging and because of the clearing of our forests during the war. And we have our livestock and the wildlife, which is merely not there because of the effect of the war and that we don't have forests. We have a population of elephant which has been estimated to be like 2,700 right now, but before it has been more than this. The other countries, Kenya is suffering also from drought, and we know that the Turkana people are suffering from famine. Yet while other parts of the ESC are suffering from floods, your country, Right Honorable Speaker, Rwanda, has suffered from landslide, has suffered from floods last year and also this year. Burundi has suffered a lot from the adverse effect of the climate change, whereby the hippopotamus has been seen walking on the street of Bujumbura because the biodiversity of these animals has been changed because of the floods. And last year we have experienced that Lake Tanganyika changed the color in a phenomenon which is not yet known, but because of the climate change. There are many adverse effects on our partner states, and we need an institutional body to regulate and guide the partner state to mitigate the climate change effect. We have to do this, Right Honorable Speaker, for the welfare of our children and for the next generation. Right now, China is making some experiments so that if this earth is not, if people cannot inhabit this land, that they go to other planets. But for us as African, let's just work together as East African and have a bill of our own which can really govern us and guide us to mitigate the effect of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Woda. The microphone. Honorable members, I now propose the motion. And the motion on the floor is that this assembly do resolve to urge the Council of Ministers to expedite the introduction of the climate change bill in the assembly. Debate is open. Who seconded the motion? First, I said Mariam Usi seconded the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I seconded the motion, but not necessarily I was planning to add on, but climate change effect is wide open. Even if you are not a scientist, you can see it affecting us in our daily lives. But let me take this opportunity as well to urge Council of Ministers, because the climate change bill it touches sensitive areas in our partner state. So I will urge the Council to bring this bill as Council bill so that it will be much easier for us as a House to pass it, instead of waiting for members to bring this bill as private members' bills, because there are two types of bill, which is council bill and private members' bills, but there are some type of bills which are very sensitive, which have some sensitive things on it, so it will be advisable, or it will be much better or more prominent if this bill is coming from council. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mariam. Honorable Kasamba. Members, Honorable Kennedy Karonzo, Honorable Dr. Ann. I'm trying to see who has not spoken before, but we have time for everyone. Okay, Honorable Dr. Ann, Honorable Rosie Wikamu, Honorable Rutazana, Honorable Musamari, Honorable Dr. Oburu, Honorable Josephine. You will follow after Honorable Kasamba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Dr. Woda, for this motion, which is urging the Council to enact a bill. And my sister, Honorable Usi, has rightly mentioned, when you bring a bill, it doesn't take a lot of time. But most of the bills we've brought as private members' bills have remained in the hanging mode for so many years. If we mention them, there are quite many. Most importantly, the bill on the forest management, which was enacted by this parliament, the last parliament, the third assembly. And it was meant, first of all, to mitigate the management of forest resources, which is part of the climate change mitigation measures. But we appealed to the council to ensure that this bill is enacted as an addition to what the climate change bill specifically is going to address. Right Honorable Speaker, the human activities that alter the composition of the atmosphere are very critical and related to the agricultural sector, which are food security generation for the region. When you look at the population pressure, which is increasing so fast, together with the nature of agriculture we are still carrying out, the shifting nature of agriculture, it calls for a bill on climate change to energize the management of climatic conditions in the region, and also to provide alternative mechanism which will facilitate some of the sectors which are creating a lot of impact in as far as deforestation, in as far as encroaching on the wetlands, in as far as fire burning for the livestock communities to generate grass, in as far as firewood as the biggest energy provider for the energy for the smallholder farmers who are still not able to access electricity, who are not yet able to access biomass, bioenergy, to make sure that, or solar energy, to make sure that they have alternative livelihoods. It has deeply caused increment in invasive pests, prolonged droughts, excessive rains, and erratic drought conditions. So, time has come for us as an assembly to urge council, as you brought very fast the monetary and institute bill and the Statistics Bureau bill, which I think we executed so fast. In this spirit, we are appealing to the Chair Council to devise a mechanism of making sure that a climate change bill is brought and we execute it at the earliest time possible. To this effect, under this East African Community Food Security Action Plan, the heads of state directed that the ESC Food Security Action Plan and the ESC Climate Change Policy be developed to address food insecurity and adverse effects on climate change in the region. Making a policy alone is not enough, but having a legal institutional framework which will make sure that we put right with a legal framework is the most appealing aspect. We want to see a bill enacted and enforced to make sure that climate change, which is causing a lot of disasters, food insecurity, so many pests, and which are affecting greatly the livelihood of the people. Right Honourable Speaker, I stand to support the motion and I appeal to the Council to fast track this bill. I rest my case. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Kasamba. Honourable Kalonzo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to start by saying I support this motion unreservedly. I want to thank Dr. Warder for bringing it to our attention. And I'll be very brief, but I want to urge Council to really listen to the pleas of the members and bring this bill to this House. Right Honourable Speaker, from the previous motion, it dawned on me that we may not have food security, which we want to achieve for our citizens, if we do not tackle climate change. In fact, some of the things that we want to do for our citizens, we may find that we may not have the said citizens to make use of the one currency that we are trying to achieve for them. So I really want to urge Council to look into this matter. Climate change is a big threat to food security, whether in production, whether in as a business venture. And so without really tackling the issue of climate change, we are not solving the bigger issue. So I want to urge Council to really fast track this bill and bring it to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kalonzo. Dr. Ann.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I stand to support the motion which has been raised by Honourable Dr. Warder and seconded by Honourable Kasamba. Right Honourable Speaker, this motion, as it has been presented by Honourable Uda, is self-explanatory, especially if you look at the pictures. Some of them are so graphic you don't want to look at them twice, because this is indicating the suffering of our people. Livestock dying and people being displaced and livelihood being robbed. And Right Honorable Speaker, during our visit to the member states, we listened to smallholder farmers and other stakeholders. What came very clearly from them is that, one, they can no longer determine what to plant and what seeds to use and when to plant. This is basically because the farming system is now changed due to flood and droughts. And if we don't listen to them and act very quickly, as Honorable Kennedy said, the food security we are talking about may never be there. Honorable Speaker, if you look through what has already been done by ESC, there are a lot of documents relating to climatic change which has already been developed. For example, there is climatic change policy already in place. And there is a master plan for climatic change. And there is the protocol on climatic change, which means we've already moved halfway through. Now, why is it difficult for us to work on the bill, which already has some framework to support it, and we have all the information? I therefore would call upon the Council to urgently bring this bill, because unlike other bills, this has something to do with the livelihoods of the citizens that we serve, and they're watching their future being swept away by the flood or being dried by the drought that has become more frequent and more severe, and I don't think we should wait any further to address this problem. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Ann. Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My intervention on this serious matter are going to be brief, because this matter is straightforward and wouldn't require a lot of debate, because it is what we are seeing, and even right now we are experiencing it here in Tanzania, even here where we are still in Arusha. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking Honorable Dr. Warder for highlighting this matter of climate change, because really we are destroying the human. We are actively ourselves doing actions that are going to destroy the human race by ourselves. Nobody else but the human race itself is on the nosedive if we don't take action. The other day, I think less than 3 days ago, I was watching BBC, and I watched the head of the United Nations lamenting over this very matter of climate change, and saying parliaments are not doing enough to ensure activities of destroying the human race, destroying its own environment, are not being addressed. So, at the UN level, this is the matter. Now, for ESC, I think this action is long overdue. And I'm happy to note that there is already a policy direction that we have as ESC, and what we are left with is just to bring in the legal framework, and that is a bill to Parliament, so that we have a harmonized position on how to handle this matter of climate change. Right, Honorable Speaker. We are all seeing, the other day I was seeing here in Dodoma, in Dar es Salaam, houses are almost submerged. You could only see the rooftops. And that is because of the flooding. We have cut down the trees.
human beings have encroached on the waterways, that is human being activities, that they are now building in swamps. They have reclaimed the water body banks, some even 1 kilometer inside the water bodies. And now when it rains, what happens? The water has to find its way to where it is supposed to be. So you find there will be flash floods because, one, we have cut down all the trees. Secondly, we have even encroached on the water where the water bodies are supposed to be. So there is need to urgently address the issues of human beings encroaching and destroying the environment, because sooner or later it will not be controllable. It will no longer be an item that we can control. And that is exactly the warning that the head of the UN sounded, that we are moving into a point in time when we will not be able to control the effects of climate change. And I don't think that's what we are waiting for as East Africa. But I want to compliment the authorities in Arusha for the greenery and the controlled measures that you see around to address especially the tree cover. The greenery in this city is so wonderful. I think it's one of the greenest cities in Africa. I want to say so. And maybe we should learn from what's going on here and reflect in most of our cities here at ESC. What can we do? What are the simple things we can learn? A beautiful city like this, let's replicate to all other cities in our countries. So it is very clear that if this matter is not addressed, soon there will be no food. You are talking about food security, and they need to address the issue of food security. But I think the most important thing here is, first of all, to address the manner in which the human race is destroying itself by destroying the very environment that's meant to take care of us. That's how God has created this environment. But we are the ones who are now destroying the very environment that is supposed to support our livelihood as a human race. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I'm just requesting Council that this is a very good bill that will be supported by all, and it has positive impact to all of us and even the human race to come. So maybe the Council could give us a timeline within which this bill will be brought here, will be introduced to Parliament, so that we can do away with it and look forward for its implementation. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rose. Honorable Rutazana.
Thank you, Speaker, for Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I stand for supporting this motion, which is so important for our community, because we will be able to mitigate the climate change impact, which is really observed in our partner states and the region. When we see how we have flood, we have drought, we have death of many animals, and also have destroyed the infrastructure because of heavy rain. I think it is really an urgent bill to be moved by the Council to be able to save life in our region. And when we see how even the global level is working on the management of this impact, that shows how it is important to do so in our region in an urgent manner. And I can see
And we have observed that when, as Honorable Kasamba have said, when a bill is moved by the council, is easier passed because it is going through the all steps before it comes to the assembly, which is different when a bill is moved by a private member. So I urge the council, because it is a save of the life, to quickly help the region by moving this bill, and we'll be able to save life in our region and to connect to the global level for helping the all citizens and the population of the world to be saved. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tazana. Honorable
Motion.
Let me ask you, Honorable Musamali, to proceed first. I will come back to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And
as you proceed, Honorable Musamali, maybe if I can clarify something. I know members may be concerned with where we are and the time remaining, but I think this is a very important motion, and which will require the comprehensive response from the council, and which response can also attract more discussion, depending on what it is. So I think we will just adjourn on time and resume the debate tomorrow and conclude it tomorrow. So Honorable Musamali, you can proceed. So Honorable Francois, was that the motion? Thank you for thinking about it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will be brief because I'm sure when the bill eventually is here, we shall have a lot of time to do more surgery on the bill itself. So far, I have seen the Chair Council is already nodding positively, meaning that we are in the right direction, Honorable Speaker. So, I want to support the Honorable Warder for sponsoring this motion. And I have basically only two reasons as to why I'm supporting this motion. And of course, as you are aware, this one is about our lives. It is not the food which we eat. This is where the food comes from. So I want to support this motion because, Honorable Speaker, East Africa as a community, I have seen us getting disturbed with what we really can do as a people. But to me, I am convinced that our potential is in agriculture. And this agriculture is under threat because of climatic change. Now, whereas Japan is exporting cars and electronics, we may not be able to export those equipment, those cars or electronics. But East Africa, we can position ourselves to export and to supply food in the whole of this world. And this food, we are the only people in this world who can afford to produce organic food. Elsewhere, these ones who are promoting GMOs, they are the very ones who are demanding for organic food. So we, as the people of East Africa, we rather now discover our potential, which is basically agriculture, and position ourselves in that direction. Now, Honorable Speaker, we cannot therefore position ourselves if the climate is under threat. And we must make sure that we do our best to legislate to ensure that the climate is tamed, the climate is managed for us to be able to achieve our potential. And then lastly, Honorable Speaker, it's about on the same, but regulating the
motion,
regulating the activities.
Motion. Can you give me the indication of what the motion is about?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I read the motion under Rule 30B to
Yes, Honorable Kim, we have discussed this. I'm not sure you were in the house. We adjourn on time. Yes, Honorable Musamari. Thank you, Honorable Kim. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Honorable Speaker, regulating the activities of humans, settlement, industrialization, and so on and so forth. All of these activities, we need them. But if they are unregulated, they are a threat to our climate and to even our existence. I want to share an example of the problem I went through as a result of climatic change. I missed a flight, Honorable Speaker. I was going to Zanzibar way back in 2012. Now, I was scheduled to fly a plane late at night. I mean, very early in the morning, about 4 o'clock. Now, it started and there was a storm. But the pilot said we can move, Honorable Speaker. Do you know what happened? And so, of course, we are all concerned. Say, are we moving in this storm? But the pilot said we shall be able to move. Just 1 or 2 or 3 minutes into the air, when the aeroplane was still ascending, has not yet gained stability, there was lightning, and you know lightning is always followed by thunder. When thunder followed, it hit the aeroplane, and it felt like the aeroplane had been split into 2 parts. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me tell you, that day I realized that when death strikes, nobody will die while speaking English or French. All of us cried in our mother tongue. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to share with you that we need to guard against climatic change to ensure that we live a better life. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. That is a very worrying experience. So, honorable members, I already have on the list Dr. Oburu, Honorable Josephine, Honorable Mary Mugenyi. We will conclude this tomorrow. I think the program indicates we will start in the morning tomorrow, right?
In the morning, 9:30.
Yes?
9:30.
9:30. No, what does the program say?
Afternoon.
It was meant for today. Okay.
9:30.
What do you want? Honorable members of the commission, what did we cite tomorrow, for tomorrow?
The program did afternoon. Stop 9:30. No, it was 9:30. Here is the program.
Yes, commissioners, do you confirm? 2:30?
You can confirm.
Okay. All right. I'm reminded by members of the commission that the program says 2:30. I don't have it. I do not have it in.
Yeah, it's true. I have here. 2:30 is here.
But Clark, what does the program say?
9:30 was today.
Yes.
Morning was
Honorable
today.
members, I had joined the House until tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.
No. Afternoon. No. Tomorrow is the morning. Me, I know 9:30. Maybe